Cool. Okay, so first of all, good afternoon or like hi to everyone, and I hope you all know today what are we planning to do. We are going to cover programming. So this is mainly for the target for 2023 and 22 fellows. So apart from 2022 and 23 onwards, others as well can join uh, to upgrade their knowledge. There's no issues. So we will not be using any programming languages here because as you all know, when we take the first lesson, which is grade 11 first lesson programming, I'll be breaking it to mainly two topics, which is one is going to be introduction to programming, and the second part is actually Pascal. So these are the main two sections in the first lesson of grade 11, and Pascal is actually a programming language, so we will not be talking about that. This is not for today. Today we are going to fully focus on only introduction to programming. That's the main objective of today's seminar. So before I move on with the sessions, I want to also remind you that there will be breaks in between. So this is a 4-hour session. So my target is to complete the whole tube. In case I finish before 4 hours, obviously the seminar will be over before that. I doubt will I finish within 4 hours. So I reduced the number of questions. Everything was reduced so that I can finish in 4 hours. Let's see. I'll try my maximum best not to take more than 4 hours. Maximum 4 hours. If I finish it before 4 hours, then obviously yes, the seminar will stop before that. Let's see. As per now, I have never, finished a class before the time. The who are joining online knows. Anyways. Oscar, yes, you can, no issues. Mariam, yeah, sure, no issues. Okay. Before we move on, how many of you are actually 2023 all of you? Just raise your hands in the participant list. How many of you all are actually in 2023 onwards? Let's see. Yeah, Rashid, that's fine. FIFA, yes. Actually, is your name Shifa or Shifa? I guess it should be Shifa. I'm calling it Shifa, sorry. Okay. Rabiha, that was a part of this. So this is more than that actually. Because that was, I think, Rabiha, I think I sent you just half an hour, 1 hour, right? Not the whole part. Okay, so looks like the majority of you all are the 2022 buggers. Even by seeing the names, I can figure it out. Okay, there are many 2022s here. Not bad. Chazia, yes, you will. Nice, not bad. Okay, so basically how we're going to start off is I'll just introduce you all with the topic of programming. It's obvious. And then we'll be talking about something called as analyzing a problem. And then under this, we'll be talking something called input, process, output. These will be covered initially. So that's the base of a program. And once we are done with that, then only we'll be moving on to something called as algorithm. First, we'll learn something called control structures. And then we'll be learning something called as the representation. And here we'll be learning two things, that is pseudocode and flowchart. Yeah. So some of you are joined now only. I will send the tute link again for you all. Okay, so for those who joined newly, who joined a bit late, I have again shared the link of the tute. You all can get from there as well. Anyways, so the target for today is actually to cover only this much, which is actually too much. Even though this looks small, it has several stuffs to be spoken. And yes, once we cover all of these, we'll be doing some questions as well. We will not be doing oral papers. I'll keep the oral papers to do separately. I'm not going to take oral questions today. Because sometimes I might do a separate seminar for Pascal as well. So then after that, I'll take oral papers as well. So we'll not be discussing oral questions today. We'll discuss some other questions plus certain provincial questions and all. Okay, so questions wise, that's there. Anyways, once you'll get the tute, like you can download the tute, and once you download the tute, you will be able to observe those. So for those who joined again, I'll just reshare that. Okay, for those who joined a bit late, so that's the, what do you call, tute link. Anyways, I'll move on forward without wasting much time. Let's move on with the lesson. Before I start off, do you all want to clarify anything? Or are we good to go? Asim, yes, sir, correct. Afzal, I'm targeting to finish at 9:30. Let's see. Raihan, actually no, because that comes under Pascal. If you want, I can teach that. I'll be doing Pascal again another day. So yeah, we can cover that later. Rashida, yes. M. Hassan Sufyan, this is actually grade 11 first lesson, but you can, if you are not in grade 11, you can actually get the knowledge of this lesson as well. Nothing big. Okay, then let's start off with today's lesson. Like all of you all know, today we are going to talk only about introduction to programming. We'll not be talking anything regarding Pascal. So Pascal is actually a programming language. We'll not be touching Pascal up to now. So starting off with introduction to programming, which is the basics you all are going to cover, you all are going to learn something called, we are going to learn what is programming. But apart from that, you will also have to have the idea on why should we make programs? What is the main reason to make the program? Because that's what, okay, there is a person called a programmer. Okay, there's a fellow called programmer. This fellow is only the person who makes programs. Okay, he's the one who does programming. So like the word sounds, program is actually a verb and programmer is a noun, which means the programmer is a person and programming is some kind of action. But the main question here is, why do we make programs? What is the main reason for us to make programs or to do programming and all? What do we do mainly? What is the main task? Okay. What else? Rehana correct. Akif correct. Nakma correct. Yusuf correct. Yusuf Jasni correct. Most of you all are able to answer that as well. Yeah. So like you all know, one of the main reasons we make programs or do the relevant programming is actually to solve problem. This is the main job done by a programmer. Now that might sound a bit confusing. You'll be like, what the hell is that? Most of y'all who know this part, you all know, okay, the main job of a programmer or who does programming is to solve problem. But well, let's see. I'll try giving on it. Okay. Anyways, the main problem here is like, what does this word solve problem? How can solve problem come into the play here? That's one of the main questions we'll have to ask ourselves. Anyways, so when talking about programming, like I mentioned before, programming is what you're doing something to solve a problem, but what is it related to? How can we relate it to ICT is the main main thing I'm going to talk about here. So normally what happens is whenever someone comes with a problem, okay, I think there is this person called Amal, and Amal has a problem. So what will Amal do? Normally when you all have a problem, what do you all do? First of all, you all might go and talk to your friends, right? Normally, if you all have a few friends, what we all do is once you all have a problem, you all will go and what will you all do? You all will go and talk with your friends. You all be like, Machan, or here see, what I have this issue. You know, this is a problem. I don't know what to do. Like this problem is there, this issue is there. Like what you will do, you will basically go and you're going to talk with your friends. Okay, it might go up to a certain extreme in such a way that you'll be like, Mashangi, I am fed up of this, I'm going to go and suicide killer, some people will come. Person to person, they have problems vary. But normally, before they say tell the problem to anyone else, normally they go and tell it to their friends. Okay, so there is this fellow called Amal. He has a big problem. Still, we don't know what is the problem. Okay, so he has a problem. He's going and sharing with his friends. So there is Bimal here. So he has a friend called Bimal. He's going and telling Bimal, I have this issue, I have this problem, I have this problem, he's telling. So what Bimal is doing is, before Bimal gives, what Amal is expecting from Bimal is, Amal is expecting Bimal to give some advice, something like that. But before Bimal starts giving advice, or before Bimal starts telling anything formal, what Bimal does is, he first of all listens to Amal's problem. Why do you think it's important for Bimal to listen to Amal's problem? What is the reason Bimal is giving so much priorities? Okay. Abhiha, correct. Right, I got most of your correct actually. Okay, I'll improve it now, Mariam. Let's see. Yeah. So the main reason Bimal is giving so much priorities and listening to Amal's problem is because he has to first of all understand what the problem is. Without understanding some issue, can you give an answer for it? For example, now there is result answer there. Okay, result answer is giving you all a maths question on maybe logarithm. Without knowing logarithm, can you answer logarithm question? I mean, you can write a wrong answer, obviously. You can do some assumptions and write some wrong answers or fake answers. That's different. But apart from that, if you want to give a correct answer or the best answer, without knowing the problem, without knowing how to solve the problem, can you give a better answer? No. Obviously, no. So normally, as programmers, what I said before is we actually give solutions. What we do is we solve problems. Solving problem is basically giving a solution to a problem. So before we give a solution, okay, before we give this, before we give the solution or tell how to solve the problem, first of all, we'll have to understand what the problem is. So there's another name for this understanding a problem. We also call them as analyzing. I can also call this as analyzing problem. Analyzing a problem, which means I'm understanding, okay, what is the problem? What is the reason for the problem? How can we solve it? Or what is the final solution? This is what you do is analyzing a problem, right? So for you to analyze a problem, first of all, you will have to get some stuffs. Without certain information or without certain data, we can't do our analysis. Okay. So in this analyzing a problem, there is main three parts. Okay, we can break our analysis into main three sections, which is one is input, one is process, one is output. So here output is going to actually be the solution you're going to give. Okay, output is going to be actually the solution you're going to give. But the solution will depend on how your inputs are given and how are they going to be processed. So based on your input and process only, your output can be decided, okay, is it a good output or bad output? Anyways, now we'll be focusing on how we can identify what is this input, what is this process, and what is this output. So if you all are not new to IT, obviously you already know input is something they are going to give to the program, and output is something the program is going to give something to us. So here there are two parties. One person is going to be the program, and one party is the program. The other party is the user. There's just two people here. Actually, program is not a person, but I'll just consider there's two people here with you. If there's anything the program is going to give the user, I can call them actually as an output. And on the other hand, if there's anything the user is going to give for the program, I can call them as actually an input. This is not programmer, okay? I'll explain why this is not programmer and why this is a program. I'll give you a couple of minutes, I'll explain that as well. And if there's anything that is going to be communicated within the program, that means there is the user is not going to do anything. Okay, within the program itself, there's going to be something going to happen. We can call them as process. If you noticed here, I used two parties. One is the user and one is the program. The user obviously is a human being. You all know that. But a program is not a human. Is program a human? Next question. What do you think? I have written here, I have not written here programmer, okay, but I have written here is program. Is program a living thing, something? Asim, yes. But Asim, we can't do on its own. What it means is that is a different topic anyways. Okay. A program is actually like an app. Okay. Now you all have used many apps now. Or we can also call this a software. You all have used WhatsApp, Viber, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Telegram, or now you all are using Zoom. These are all different apps, or we can also call them as softwares. Like you all have used many apps now. In general terms, we call them as apps, or sometimes we call them as software. These are the normal general terms. But normally, the same thing here we are calling as a program. So here, program is actually just a file. It's a file that contains certain instructions. Okay. So like theoretically, if you're asking me what does a program contain, obviously a program will contain certain instructions. So a program is actually a file which contains instructions. There's another name for this instruction. Give me another name how I can call these instructions as. No. No. Still I didn't get a correct answer. Try changing your answers. Nope. Asim, no. It's something very easy, man. If I tell the answer, I'll be like, yes, no, Kela. No, no, no. Think, something else, something else, something else, something else. My question is, a program is actually a file. Okay, it's a file basically which contains instructions. There's another name I can call for that instructions. But Ali correct. I got one correct answer. Codes, simple. So have you heard this word called code, coding, codes, blah, blah, blah? Well, I heard those words earlier. Well, I heard normally if you go through scroll social videos anyway, you'll come across these words anyways. Codes, coding and all. Okay. So codes are actually some instructions only, and a program is actually just a file. And that file contains certain instructions. So when we execute the file or when we run the file, okay, or we like, for example, like open the file. So when you open the file, the codes are going to be executed, which means it's going to be run. So what is going to be run is actually the codes. I can also say that a program is being run. A program is being executed. Okay. So now currently, the Zoom program is executed in all our devices. All of us are running the Zoom application. Right? So I can also call this word program, application, software, apps, these are all other terms for program. So here I'll be mainly using the word program, which is actually just a file which contains certain instructions. Anyways, now let's move on to the main point which I was talking. Okay. So normally when you open app or when you open a software, when you open application, there is just two parties here. One is your app, or one is so here I'm not going to use the word app software or anything. I'm going to use the word program. Okay. So in case if I mention program, no, yes. Okay. So in case I mention the word program, so I'm meaning app or software, something like that. Okay. So if there's any communication between the user and app, it's either going to be an input or output. Okay. And if it's going to be from the user to the program, they are called as input, and from the program to the user, it's the output. Okay, that's the main differentiation between what an input and output is. Now, for example, let's take WhatsApp. Okay, let's take WhatsApp. And think you want to send a message to your friend. Okay, so what you will be doing, you will open WhatsApp, you will go and search your friend's chat, and you will start typing the message. That's what you do. And once you type the message, what you're going to do is you will be clicking on that send button. And then what will happen? Your message will be sent to your friend. So here you will be there, and here your friend will be there. So all the message you type and click on send, it will be sent to your friend. That's a normal procedure. But do you think that when you type a message and click on send, it directly goes to your friend? Think I'm sending the message to you. Do you think it will directly go to you without any obstacle, without any mediates? Raihan, not in that perspective. Sharaf, up to a limitation, yes. Give me a second, guys. Okay. So yeah, like most of your guests, we don't send a message directly to your friend. For example, I'm sending a message to you. It will not be sent directly. There is someone in the middle here. Okay. Actually, it's not someone. It's actually something I have got. This is called a server. Okay. So the server is basically, it's like a computer basically, which contains the program. So what will happen is, what this server will be doing is, first of all, it will get your message. You're going to send the message now. First of all, it will get your message. And once it gets your message, it will do certain processing. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about what other processing it's going to do. Anyways, it's going to do certain processing. And once it do any processing, then what it does is it will send the same message to your friend. Okay, so first of all, you're going to send a message to this. Before you send a message to your friend, it's going to go through someone for an intermediate thing called a server. That's how it goes. Okay, so server is like a computer which actually contains all of your app details. It has something called a database. It has something called a file manager. There's several stuffs the database will have. Yeah, so all the apps, there is a server. So even you can convert your laptop also to a server. There's something called local server. Likewise, there are different. Yes, okay. The mediate will know everything. That's how it normally works. Yeah, right. So the point here I'm going to ask you all is, listen to my question thoroughly. Okay, I'm going to ask a question from you. Just make sure you understand the question correctly. There is something which you are going to send to the server. Okay, so I'll put here as you. You're the person sending this message to the server. Okay, for you and the server. Okay, I'm talking about this in between these two. In this scenario where I have encircled, okay, between you and the server, is the message an input or an output? Is the message an input or output in this scenario where you are going to send the message and it's like from you to the server? You're the person who is sending the message. Okay. Think in that perspective. In that perspective, is this message an input or output? Yes. Most of you all got it correct. It's an input. You are giving it for the server. In the same part, okay, on the other hand side, what happens is your message is going to be processed and the same message will be sent to your friend. Okay. In this scenario, okay, in the second scenario, is message an input or an output? Yes, most of you got that as well, correct? It's an output because that's where the server is giving something to your friend. Your friend is getting it. So if I'm getting something, it's an output. If I'm giving something, it's an input. Have that in your mind. So you all are clear with the difference between what an input, what an output is, right? Anyone having the doubt between what an input and what output is? Server is not the process. The server does something called processing. So I have not mentioned what are the processing server does. For example, let's take the server is saving the message in a database. So that is a process. Perfect. Okay. So all of you are clear with what input, process, and output is. So theoretically, if I'm going to say what is input, what process, and what output is, that's what I have given the cue here. So input are basically all the raw materials that you are going to use to solve a problem. And process is basically converting this input to output. So you're going to give something for the user, that understanding part, saving part, processing part, calculating part, all of this comes under process. And finally, you're going to get a final result. The final result is actually the output. So that's the breakdown of analyzing a problem. Let's take some basic example. Let's take a lock and key. You all know padlocks, right? If you all want to open a padlock, what do we first of all do? First of all, we insert the key. Raihan, actually, it's not very difficult. When you learn program, it's easy. We'll be doing a lesson on that as well. Not now, later. Anyways, regarding lock and key, just think of this methodology. Okay, you all have padlock. You insert a key and you turn the key. And after you turn the key, the padlock is opening. This is a scenario. Okay. In this scenario, is the padlock or the key? Okay, now we have two parties here. One is going to be the padlock. Other one is the key. There are two parties here. In these two, what do you think is more suitable to relate to a program? Is a padlock a program or is a key a program? Have a padlock. What we are doing is we are inserting a key, we are turning the key, and then the padlock is going to unlock. So, out of these two, who do you think is more suitable to get the name as a program? This looks like a 50-50 war. Half of you are saying key, half of you are saying padlock. Fun fact, the answer is actually padlock. Ask you for the next question, let's do that. Okay. Now the question is how? Okay. Without the key, okay. No, I think I have the key. Okay, I have the padlock. What I'm doing is I'm putting the key inside the padlock, right? Okay. What I'm doing is I'm inserting the key inside the padlock. Am I inserting the padlock in the key? No, right? I'm inserting the key inside the padlock. Try to relate these to WhatsApp and the message. Are you sending the message to the WhatsApp server, or is the WhatsApp server getting the, like, a WhatsApp server is coming to your message, something like that? Yes. The key is the input. Okay, now you can hear some unwanted noise. Give me a second, guys. No issues. Okay. Okay, for those who are asking the tutor again, I'll send the link again. Right, I send the link again. Anyways, talking about the padlock and key. Okay. Do you insert the key to the padlock or the padlock to the key? You normally insert the key to the padlock. So in that case, key is going to be the input, and who are you going to give the key to? You're going to give the key to the padlock. So this is going to be the program. I mean, if you're going to relate it to something, a program scenario, a program and user scenario, the key is going to be the input, and we're going to insert the key into the padlock. So padlock is acting as a program there. Is that clear for those who said key? Any questions? Yes. The padlock, I mean, the program is a person, or the program is a party which is going to do all the processing part. Okay, program is not, I mean, not do processing, I'll call this as handle processing. This sounds more better actually. Asking valid point. Wait. Analyzing a problem is not only programming. I didn't tell the full thing. Okay. A part of programming. For example, if a person comes and your friend comes with a problem, before you give the solution, before you give the answer, you have to listen to their problem, understand their problem. That's what you call as analyzing a problem. Okay. So programming, the word programming is actually developing the solution. But for you to develop the solution, develop means for you to make the solution, give the solution. So making the solution is only actually programming. Okay, analyzing the problem is not programming. I'll tell you what pseudocode is and how to relate pseudocode as well. It's there in the bottom of the tube here. 077 277 9. Sorry for that noise, guys. Let me mute for a minute. Okay. Actually, just now the 2022 physical class finished, so it's better than only leaving. That's why it's noisy. Anyway, Zaman, I have sent the chat. You can check it. Yeah, I'll be giving you a break to play Mario. Don't worry. Still not Mario. Why am so hurry? Okay. Yeah. So one of you asked like regarding what isn't is analyzing a problem programming. So programming, analyzing a problem is a part of programming, but the main aspect of programming is actually developing the problem, making the final solution. Anyways, I'll pause that a while and then we'll move on to the same scenario here. So if you all notice, we take a padlock. What we're going to do is we're going to insert the key, which is going to be the input, turn in the key, which is a process. Or I can also take turn in the key and also unlocking or getting unlocked. So getting unlocked, unlocking, that can be also called as one of the process. And then once if the key is correct, okay, if you enter the correct key, and if if the padlock has been unlocked, at the end of the day, what will happen? This will be open. So that's what happened. Lock is open. So what is the difference between making the solution and the output? Okay, with the difference between program and output. It's something like this. Think I came and told you I'm thirsty. Okay. When I came and told you I'm thirsty, you will be like, okay, I'll make you a drink and give. You understood that I'm thirsty. And what you said? You said you're going to make me a drink. And what you started doing? You took the relevant things you want and you started to make the drink. Okay. I'll call it making the drink. We don't call it as cooking drink, right? Or do we call it as cooking drink? We call it making the drink, right? Okay. So the next part is going to be making the drink. And now let me relate this to program and output. And programming and output. Drink is going to be your program, which is a solution, basically. Making drink is actually a programming. So this is the output. Your program is the final output. Is that clear? I think who asked the question? Shifa. Is that clear, Shifa? Aska, yes, give me a second. Amanda, check this out. Amanda, check the chat. Ahmed, you're correct. The final solution is the program, basically. That's what we're giving. Okay, so regarding the padlock as well, the same situation is what's happening. You have the padlock, you insert the key inside the padlock, which is the input. You're going to give something for the program. I consider padlock as a program. You're giving the key to the program and you're turning the key, which is basically a process. You're doing something. Normally, a process is an action. Okay, you turn the key, and once you have turned, if your key is correct, what will happen? The padlock will open. So padlock getting opened is the output. That's what we're expecting. The reason for us to put the key and turn the keys, we're expecting the padlock to be open. So that's the output. Is that clear? Who asked the question? Ask him. Yes, program is output and program is the process of preparing output. Correct. The program in the padlock is basically what the thing. It's like I think there's a lock. Okay, you just think you have this. How many of you use app lock? Some of you use the app lock, right? That's like a padlock, right? You all know what app lock is, right? You can lock your certain applications. Yeah. So how do you unlock it? You place your fingerprint. So fingerprint is the input. App lock is a program. What does the app lock do? It checks is your fingerprint correct or wrong. Nafma, is that clear? Yeah, it protects your privacy. So ask the people like Asim, they have their no, I don't need to tell. Asim Pauli. Yes, some privacy. Checking if the key fits is a process. It's not an output. I mean, it's not the program. Now say bye to students. Checking if the key fits is not the program. It's one of the processes that's going to be happening inside the program. So for example, let's take app lock. What does app lock do? App lock checks your fingerprint. Okay, there's another name for that. We call them as validating. Okay, or we can also call them verifying. The app lock validates your finger. It verifies is your finger. If it's your finger, then it's open. You can also call, Abdul Hadi, so you can call him authorizing basically. That is what is the process. The process is only going to do some action. The process is like checking. Okay. Encryption is locking. If someone says something is encrypted, it's locked, something like that. Encryption is like, lock means like something like this. You come and tell me your name. You come and tell me, I have something. It's called share. You come and tell me something. You say, you come and tell me the word share. What I'll be doing is I'll be storing that in my head as putuva. I'll be storing that in my head as putuva. Now your friend is accessing my brain. Your friend doesn't know English. See, your friend doesn't know Sinhala. Your friend knows only English. So your friend is going and searching in my brain. No, this bugger told that bugger a word. What is the word? He finds out that there is this word called putuva. Now he doesn't know Sinhala. So because he doesn't know Sinhala, he doesn't know the meaning of the word putuva. So he can just see some unknown. For him, it will be like an unknown character. He'll be like, what the hell this is when he can see something like this, something like this, something like this. He can just basically see some unknown characters which he can't understand. So if a message is encrypted, it's actually, it's in a form which you can't understand. So sometimes it can be a collection of numbers, letters, symbols, can be any combination. But thing is, as a human or a normal person, you will not be able to understand it. So there is something called decrypt. No, there's something called encrypting and decrypting. So encrypting is like, you convert it to a language where you can't understand. And decrypting is getting the word putuva again converted to share. So once you decrypt it only, so normally only a program will make the program such a way that the program only can decrypt the message. It's hard for the users or a user to decrypt the message, something like that. Okay. Another example is basically the eyesight. Now let's see you're looking at something. Before you identify, for example, think I'm looking at something. I think I'm looking at this bottle. So this is basically a water bottle. Before I'm able to figure out that this is a water bottle, first of all, my brain should already know that this is a water bottle. If this is a new object for me, if I have never seen that object in my life before, will I know that's a water bottle? I think I have never ever seen a water bottle in my life. So if someone comes and shows me this, will I know this is a water bottle? No. I will not know it's a water bottle. Okay. So normally what happens here is, first of all, what our eye does is, I will look at the object. and it will identify all its features. So that's normally, if you don't know how the eye works, that's how the eye works. Your eyes and brains, it doesn't store stuff as it is. It stores the features. So for example, if I see a bottle, if I'll notice its features, and those features are going to be stored in my head. And then when I go and see a different bottle, not the same bottle, I might go and see a different bottle, I will try to connect it. Okay, I saw something like this. So that means this is also a bottle. So for example, think I saw a full metal bottle, and I saw, no, it's completely different. But when I see it, I know, okay, it's a bottle. Because I have stored the features in my head. The feature is basically going to be that it's some object which can store water, something like that. Some object, which can store water. That's the feature. That feature is stored in your head, and then you will be able to identify it. So normally the working process of the eyesight is actually you see something. That's what is called the input, and then your brain is trying to process it. Brain is trying to figure out, okay, what is that thing? What is the thing you saw, Kela? And once you see that, okay, that's the process. The brain is trying to see what did you see? The brain is trying to identify, and then brain will inform you. Okay, the thing you saw was actually a bottle. The thing you saw was what? Brain will tell. That's how the eyesight works. So here, what's the difference between a process and program? It's completely different stuff. Okay, a process and a program is completely different. Process is actually making, like I said, a process is making drink. Or any actions in your making. For example, if I want to get drink, I don't directly get drink. Or let's take, okay, let's take it. Drink is very easy. Let's take, you want barbecue. If you want a barbecue chicken, how do you get the barbecue chicken? First of all, you normally cook the chicken. I mean, I'm reducing many steps. I'm reducing many steps, and I'll add one part called marinating the chicken. Next, cooking the chicken, and then baking it or whatever you call it, So these are actually processes. Roasting the chicken, whatever. These are these processes. Marinating, cooking, baking. All of these are certain actions. The process is normally doing something. And once this is done, once all of the processes are done, finally only what you get is the barbecue, which is going to be your output. And these are all actually a process. The programming part is making all these stuffs, making the program, it's like you're making the instruction, you're making a thing which can take the chicken, marinate the chicken, and give the user back something like that. That's what programming is. Programming is doing it, writing the relevant instructions. Output is identifying what you saw. Correct. In the barbecue scenario, the input is actually the chicken. Programs and algorithms, are they same? No. But a program contains algorithm. How if I put like that? A program contains algorithm, but not algorithm within algorithm. So algorithm, I'll come to the algorithm part in a while. So not contains algorithm. Actually, the best word I'd use there is like we use algorithms. When we come to that part, I'll explain about that. So we come to algorithm now. And Asim has a point. So Asim is like, sir, this second process is true only for some of us name. He's talking about this one, okay? The brain processing part. Some of us name. For some people, the place where the process happened doesn't exist. That's actually true. You all know what he means, then you all know. Yes, making is a process. If that's correct, it's a process. Muhammad Buzaik, yes. Yes, even logging into a system is also a process. So giving your email and password is the input. And the program will figure out, the program is going to process the data you give. So what will the program do? To check is your email and password correct? And it will allow you to access the website. You log in into the website. Something like. See, Asim, they are saying that you also don't have brain killer. What is this, Asim? Asim has brains, me, Asim. Asim, I think they didn't see your act, what you did in the stage yet. Then only they'll know what is your power, man. A website is a program, yes. We can have programs in a website. Someone is there with the name GG blah blah blah. So what may let them come and learn and go. But it's a registered meeting. So that means they have considered their name as GG blah 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 something. Whatever. Unwanted for me. PC turning on after clicking power button is a process. It's output. Clicking the power button is a process. The PC turning on is the output. Yeah, the result is act. See, Asim Shakir is saying that you're a cheap copy of RH, it seems. They don't know your power when you go and show how good your acting is. Abhiya, correct. Program is not a set of, I mean, you can't directly say it's a set of instructions. It contains rough instructions. That's the best way to tell it. Processing it is solving it, making it over. Yeah. Processing is like doing a calculation, blah, 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 those kind of stuffs. Yeah, that's because you couldn't do it. You're correct. Umar is asking, sir, do you at least remember me here? Yeah, I'll be giving time to play. When there is one fellow in the chat from the time he joined the class, he's asking, sir, time to play, time to play, time to play. I'll be giving, I told him in the beginning itself, I again asking. Asim is saying, I think he forgot to play Asar, maybe. Anyways, I'm not going to talk about that much. Okay. I'll just talk about the heater scenario as well, and then I'll give you all time to play. Okay. So user can decrypt, right? Because he or she can change the language to verify. So encryption and decryption, we are not going to just change something to English or Sinhala. For example, I'll show you something, okay? MD5 encryption. So this is actually, there is something called MD5 encryption. So for example, think I type here something. I'll type here as programming. Okay, I type the word programming here and I click on generate. And it's going to give me something called here MD5 hash and SHA-1. So there's two types of encryption. So there's one encryption, MD5 encryption and SHA-1 encryption. These are two different encryptions. So once a message, so this is the message I'm encrypting. So once I encrypt this message, it will be in this and this format. So can I understand this one or can I understand this? Like can I understand what this server is, 7 blah blah blah, or can I understand the 5B blah blah blah? Obviously no. So that's how an encrypted message will look like. An encrypted message will look, sometimes it will have collection of only letters and numbers. Some might have letters, numbers, symbols. Yeah. In the servers, normally we store your password like this. It depends. Now, in whatever systems I make, I don't use MD5 SHA-1. I use a different encryption mode, which you can't decrypt. Which my method I use to encrypt, it cannot be decrypted. So that's so validating will be done in a separate manner. But certain people they use encryption which can be decrypted as well. Yeah, Zoom links are encrypted. For example, if you all had registered for this meeting, you already got the link via SMS or as email, right? So in that you all notice something is the link is so long compared to normal link that actually has your name, first name and last name encrypted to it. Your Zoom link. Rehana, yes, I make systems. I make normally websites basically. You can decrypt, no. Actually, certain things can be decrypted. For example, MD5, initially it was not able to decrypt, but nowadays you can decrypt MD5 SHA-1 and all. But I can give you one. So I'm not going to tell you how I encrypt messages, but if I give you my encrypted, first of all, you should know how did I encrypt it? Did I use MD5 or did I use SHA-1? Or there are many. There's about hundreds and thousands of encryption message. So if I give you a message and ask you to decrypt, you should first of all figure out what is the particular method or what is the function I use to encrypt it. So it's not a big easy task to decrypt something. Binary is completely different. We don't encrypt it to binary because binary can be easily converted back to English. Why can't we encrypt on Windows or something? You can do it on Google itself. You can go and click on encrypt. You can. MD5 SHA-1, these are two different encryption methods. Now I follow a different encryption method, which even I can't decrypt it. Obviously, no. You will not learn how to decrypt. You will not even learn how to encrypt in your decrement. That's the funniest part. Once you start creating solutions, then only will know about all these stuff. I even encrypt folders, you can go to security and see. How did I learn? Because I learned how to make systems. It's there on YouTube. You can learn how to make. When you make it. Simple. I learned long time back on YouTube. I learned the basics from a small course. Diploma, no, it's a certificate course, and then yeah, that's unwanted anyways. Yes, soft tolerance. Okay, so that's the main part of lock and key and how ICT works. Even the heater on the same setup. Now in a heater, you normally, or for example, in the AC, you normally go and set the temperature. And once you set the temperature, okay, now let's forget about the AC, let's take about heater. You go and set the temperature and it will check the temperature. And then it will start heating. I mean, I didn't do that. Shimmer, I'll just send the tutor again in the chat. You can check it. Wait. Shimmer, check the chat. Okay, so that's basically what is input, process, and output. So yeah, I hope that is clear for you all. I'll give you all around now it's 6:32. I'll give you a time till 6:40 to pray and come. So at 6:40, let's start off with the remaining section. Okay, so I'll give you a time till 6:40, quickly pray and come. And at 6:40, we can start continuing the tutor. Can be in the meeting, you don't have to leave. I'll be pausing the meeting anyway. I was starting a paper class for us. I want to start, let's see. If I have time, I have to prepare for it. I have done the relevant preparation, yes, obviously. No issues. Hafsa, it will go on till 9:30 most probably. If I finish it before that, yes, I'll stop. Maximum it can go is 9:40, 9:45, not more than that. But target is 9:30. Yeah, Mariam, I forgot you. No, I forget me. I need at least 6 months actually for all to do something. I thought if at least go 6 months, it's useless. I had just 4 months when I started in January. How many hours prayer bega? 8 నిమిషం 6:40. I gave 8 minutes break. I'll also have to go now. Actually, I don't know what does grade 9 ICT has actually. What is there in grade 9 ICT? It's the basics, right? I think you learn the same thing in grade 10 as well. I'll check on it, Angelo. Guys, I'll get it updated. Rashid, I'm planning to do, let's see, paper plus. Okay, Maria. Shumer, actually, what you can do is for the paper class, you can join Rizlan's paper class at 7:30 and you can get my recording, or you can join the seminar and you can get Rizlan's recording. I can arrange both for you. Both are possible. Use of just yes, but you can't normally do it. There are certain configurations you should do before you do it, because due to security reasons, they don't let you do that. There is something called debugging, USB debugging, those kind of names. So using that, yes, you can. I have not tried it. I've tried in Android, not in iPhone yet. Zena, today we will not be covering Pascal because actually introduction to program is a big topic. In the post I mentioned the parts I'm covering, so Pascal will be covered separately. Currently in our classes we have started Pascal. I think master and online started last week. Virtual will be starting this week. Rashida, I think complete. Sharaf, I have to check on it. I don't know. Shumere, I'll try my best to do it. It's lunch and pounding. I think he was there all this. I mean, all this time he was there only. He left at 6 something. He left. But one you can get this record and that record both are available. Not both, either one. Sharaf, you can drop a WhatsApp message to me. Zahin, I teach at virtual, man. Virtual I teach on Saturdays. Grade 11 is on Saturdays from 5:30 to 7:30. Nabhi, I'll check on the grade 9 things. Yeah, Zina, you can join. Actually, you can join. Ah, yeah, that all are 22 for those. You can actually join the. I mean, once we are finished with this lesson, once we are finished with the introduction to programming, you can join the grade 11 class this month. There's no issues. Because I'm doing Pascal then. Amna, yes, you can. Drop me a message. Anyways, there's only 3 minutes. I just need time to pray. I'll quickly pray and come. Rima, thanks for sending. I'll check on it as well. I'll pray and come quickly. Yeah, we'll be starting off at 6:45. This is like 1 minute more, 2 minutes more actually. Yes, the maths exam was cancelled. One of the main reasons was because of the syllabus. I actually thought to read this one, like bring it to 4 o'clock, but then I thought to cancel it. Because some of the was also saying about their school exam, so this will cancel it. If I yes. I think I've heard that name. That's true. No, if I you can just drop me a WhatsApp message and get it. I give the number here. 077 277 9798. Scan the tube I sent. Okay, so it's 6:45 and let's start continuing from where did we stop, right? So now we learned that, okay, when there is a problem, what we do is we give a solution. So when we are going to give the solution, first of all, we analyze the problem, which is we figure out what is the input, what is the process, and what is the output of the relevant problem. Okay, let's take a problem like this. I'll use this space. Think there's a problem that you're thirsty. One of the same examples I took earlier. Okay. So my problem is that I'm thirsty. So normally the solution you will give me when I say I'm thirsty is basically you will ask me to get a drink. Okay. So I'll write here soft drink. I came and told that I'm thirsty. Then you told me to get a soft drink. But for me to make my thirst go, is the soft drink the one and only option I have? My thirst to go is only soft drink there. Okay, water is there. What else? What else do we have apart from that? So Asim is like Sukku coffee is there. Yeah. Yeah. Apart from that, apart from soft drinks or water, we have tea, coffee, fresh juice. We have all of these options, right? To make our thirst go. Now, for example, think you came and I asked you, okay, I'm thirsty. And what do you go? You gave me these options. I was like, okay, let me go with water. I'll be like, okay, for my problem, which is thirsty, I'm going to make water as my solution. So I'll consider this as my solution. Okay. And this is my problem. I had the problem that I'm thirsty, and to make my thirst go, what I did is I drank some water. In that case, what happens is I had another two options which I neglected, right? One is the soft drink, other one is the tea, coffee, something like that. Okay. In this scenario, what I did is for my thirst to go, I drank water and neglected the other two. So in that case, these two are going to be my alternate solution. Okay. Soft drink, then coffee and those stuffs are going to be my alternate solution, which means they are also type of solution, but these two solutions I'm going to neglect and I'm going to use some other solution. Okay. So the thing I'm going to follow to solve my problem, I can call as a solution. And the ones I'm neglecting, I can call as the alternate solution. Right? For example, now think you wanted to buy a pen. Your pen is over. You went to the bookshop, you bought a pen. What is the brand you bought? You would have bought the Atlas Tutti. But you had not only Atlas Tutti, you had other options as well. That Mango brand is there. Then Atlas and other brands are there. So there are other brands as well. But you choose what? You choose Atlas Tutti. So Atlas Tutti is going to be your solution. And the other ones are there which you neglected, which you didn't take. They're actually your alternate solution. Okay. So there is something called solution space as well. Okay. So what this solution space actually is the collection of all of the solutions you have. The solution space is actually the collection of all the solutions you have. So that will include your alternate solution plus the solution you chose. Okay. Now, for example, I'm coming and asking you, right? I'm thirsty, so you gave me what options of drink, water, coffee, tea, juice. All of them are basically my solution space. And then what I'm going to take and what I'm going to do, that's going to be my solution. And what I'm going to neglect is my alternate solution. So if I were to draw that in like a Venn diagram and express it here, it's going to be something like this. If I'm going to express it in the Venn diagram, it's going to be something like this. So in this case, red is going to be my solution. And the orange here is going to be my alternate solution. And the whole thing is actually the solution space. It's something like that. Okay, the whole thing is solution space. So solution space is a combination of your solution and the alternate solution. Something like that. Yes. Solution plus alternate solution equals solution space. Something like that. Okay. So here I give a small example for the solution space part. Let me show it to you all. Okay, that's what I given here as the definition as well. So when there's more than one solution to give a problem, the other solutions are going to be your alternate solution, and all the solutions are basically the solution space. Yeah, we can have many alternate solutions. Always there's going to be one alternate solution. There's going to be many alternate solutions when we are going to this one a problem. Are we going to get sets in ICT? No, Rashida, you will not get sets and all. I just use that to explain you like how does it look. You don't get sets in ICT, don't worry. I'll take an example to explain this alternate solution. Okay. Now think an example like this. You all use, you use your phones or laptops or whatever to store files and other stuffs. No. Okay. So what you do is you check your laptop and you notice that you have used your maximum storage. Give me a minute, guys. Yeah, I'll explain the solutions again. But before I go for the solutions, okay, let's take something like this. Okay, I'll give you a small scenario. Now, suppose all of you have this, phones and computers and all that. Right? Now, think you have your phone and your storage is full. So you'll be getting all these messages. Your storage is full, getting messages all are getting. So now you're coming and telling me, okay, here I have my phone, all my storage is full. I don't want to delete anything. I want my photos, I want my videos, I want all of these stuffs. but I want something else. Okay. So what I'll be saying is, okay, your problem is you have storage issue. So the problem is I found it. Okay, you have your problem is basically you have storage issue. And then I'll be like, okay, I'll give you option. I'll give you the answer that is cloud storage. I'll tell you, no, you have your these photos and all those stuffs, right? You store all them in something called as cloud storage. Now, this is a new topic. What is cloud storage? Okay. So cloud storage is where you can store your files or any other documents or anything you want to store. Instead of storing it in your laptop, you're going to store it in a remote computer, like another computer. Okay. Instead of storing the files or photos or videos in your own computer, you're going to store it somewhere else. Okay. So we normally call them as servers. We normally store in another computer. It's called a server computer, right? So I'll be like, okay, you don't have to store all of your photos, videos in your computer or in your phone because you have storage issue. What you can do is you can store all of them in somewhere called cloud storage. So some of the examples of cloud storage is going to be Google Drive, okay, Amazon Drive, then iCloud. All of these are given here an example actually. I mean, in this scenario here I've given you. You have Dropbox, you have OneDrive, you have Google Drive, iCloud, Amazon Drive. All of these are some options you have, okay, to store files. Now we have something called Google Photos and all as well. So we can use Google Photos and all to store photos or videos. But if it's a file, like say a presentation or something like that, normally if you want to store it, okay, then the best option there is you can use some cloud storage. Now you all will have option like, okay, either you can store it in cloud storage or you can store also like a memory card, pen drive and all. But the problem with memory card, pen drive and all, if you want to access a file, you'd again plug in your memory card or pen drive to your phone. I think it's a phone, it's actually hard to plug in a memory card or pen drive and all and plug in, plug out every time. No? So the easiest option is actually to use a cloud storage. Thing is, you will need data here to access. You need like Wi-Fi or mobile data you need. But the point there is you can store your files in a remote server and delete all what is there in a computer or what is there in a phone. So you can easily free up space. If you want access also, you just go for the application, you can scroll down, it will have the photo stored there as well. It will have the file stored there as well. Okay. Now I think you had the storage issue and I gave you Dropbox, OneDrive. These are all some solutions I gave you. Okay, I gave you some solutions. And you chose one of it. Think you chose Google Drive video. You were like, okay, I had this I had several options for cloud storage, and I'm going to choose Google Drive. So when you choose Google Drive as your solution for your problem, okay, when you choose Google Drive as a solution for your problem is what? File storage. Storage issue is a problem. Okay. So if you use Google Drive as your solution, then Dropbox, OneDrive, iCloud, Amazon, all of these become what? What does all of these become? Yes, they become alternate solutions. Your Dropbox, OneDrive, iCloud, Amazon, all of them become alternate solutions, and Google Drive is going to be a solution. Is that clear? Any doubts? Ask him alternate solution. Hello, Pan. Cool. Okay, so that's what basically what comes in a solution. Now let's go on to the topic which all of you are waiting for, which is algorithm. Okay, so all this time we're talking about problem solution. These are the two things we're normally talking. We're talking something about problem, and we are going to solve this problem, and that's going to be basically the solution. These are the 2 points which we were talking all this time. Now let's more focus on your solution. Now, when we are making the solution, when we are preparing the solution, when we are giving the solution, we don't directly give it. Before we give it, we first of all write some steps, okay, and figure out how it's going to be. Before we actually do it, we actually see how it will be before we do it. It's something like this. It's like you're planning your solution. Okay, so we have something called as algorithm. Okay, we have something called algorithm. And what this means is actually, it contains instructions. Algorithms are basically some instructions. But there's a small speciality in this. It's not just instructions. If it's just instructions, we can call it as instructions. These are not just instructions. These are instructions that are written in a sequential order. What do you mean by sequential order? So algorithms actually have instructions, but there's a specialty about the instruction. These instructions are written in sequential order. So what do you mean by sequential order? Amina correct, Amna correct, Rashida correct, Shifa somewhat correct, yeah, Lina correct, correct, Nabil correct, Rahman correct, Sharaf correct, Usman correct, Rayhana correct, Zina correct. Yes, sequential order means like consecutive order or like step by step. In simple terms, we call them as step by step. For example, let's think of the scenario of you walking. The day you were born, were you able to walk? No. First of all, you crawled. After you crawl, you first of all hold. You used to hold and walk, and then you started to walk freehand. You have an order. That's what step by step means. Okay. So algorithms are also something like that. Technically, they are instructions, but the main thing here is algorithm is the instructions written in a step by step order. So let me write that here. Algorithm is the instructions written in the step by step procedure to solve a problem. Okay, so the main part here is that it is written step by step. So another word for step by step is sequential. Sequential means you do one thing, and once that's done, you go for the next one. Once that's done, you go for the next one. You don't do all three together. You don't multitask here. Do one by one. That's what happens in algorithm. Okay. Are you clear with what algorithm is? Akib, how are you? We'll come to that as well. So Rashida was asking, don't we get algorithms in selection and repetitions? You get? I'll come to that in a while. Can you briefly explain again? Yeah, sure. Okay, so algorithms are actually just instructions. Okay, in simple term, what we call algorithm. So the word algorithm means is basically instructions. But the speciality is that the instructions are written in a step-by-step order. So if I'm going to define it, it's what I mentioned the toolkit. Algorithm is the instruction written in the step-by-step procedure to solve a problem. So you can truncate it or you can make it small by writing algorithm is the sequential instructions written to solve a problem. Hello, Infaz. What is the difference between algorithm and flowchart? We'll be talking about that when we come to flowchart. Have time. Questions that are selections in repetitions, repetitions in repetitions are confusing. Don't worry, I have more confusing questions for you. Rashida is like, you didn't say hello class. No, man, I'm saying hello for Infaz and Nukma and all because they just now came. They were all this time they were there in the theory class here. They were there here in the theory class all this time. Just now they joined the meeting. Anyways, okay. The main point here is actually algorithm is what? It's the instructions you write in a step-by-step format. So I can also, if you want, you can start this whole long answer, or alternative answer is basically algorithm is the sequential instructions, wrong spellings, the sequential instructions to solve a problem. Okay, so that's the main point. Now let's see how we can write. Now these are all certain algorithms. Okay, so let's see how we can write algorithms. Now, for example, think you want to write an algorithm to satisfy your hunger. Okay, now think you are hungry and you want to satisfy your hunger. So you want to write an algorithm. So you're going to write an algorithm actually to satisfy your hunger, and you're writing this algorithm to make actually noodles. Okay, I'm hungry. My problem is I'm hungry. Okay, so hungry is the problem here. And noodles is going to be my solution here. Right. Now I'm going to write an algorithm. Okay. I'm going to write an algorithm on how to make noodles. In this scenario, what is the reason we are making noodles for? As per this scenario, what is the main reason we are making noodles for? Mariam, yes. You can ask Api. Yeah. Okay. We are making noodles what? To satisfy our hunger. The solution for it, yeah, as a solution for your hunger. Right? So when we are writing this solution or when we are making this solution, okay, what we are going to do is we are going to identify what are the steps here. How do you make noodles? So if you all know, first of all, the first step is you will boil a pot of water. Okay. Once you boil some water, based on the amount of noodles you want to cook, the what you call quantity will vary. So the ratio depends on that. I'm not going to talk about the ratios here, but the main point here is first of all, you boil water. And once we boil the water, when the water is boiling, then we add the pasta. We add the noodles. Okay. After we add it, we cook for about 10 minutes. It depends on the, that it depends on the quantity again. Okay. We cook it for 10 minutes and once we cook it for about 10 minutes, we drain the water and you plate it up. You put it inside the plate and you start eating. Okay. So considering this as a one person's meal. Okay. Let's consider that it's going to make this for one person. So you will need not a very big quantity, a small quantity of noodles as well as a small quantity of water. So in that case, within 10 minutes, you can make. Okay. So what we do, we normally take a pot of water. We take water, boil the water, add the noodles when it's boiling. We cook for 10 minutes. And once it's cooked, once we know it's cooked, we drain out the water and we eat the pasta. So either you can eat the pasta as it is, or you can add more steps here. You add salt, add the relevant stuffs, and you can make the pasta come for the next level, but we're not going to talk about that. Just to make the basic pasta, these are the levels these are the steps we are going to follow. Okay. Are these steps written in an order? Susman, you can. Of course, Lukman, thank you. Yes, all these steps are following an order. Okay. Without boiling the water, can we add the pasta? Without the water being boiled, can we add the, what do you call a pasta? If you want to get the correct noodles, okay, if we are expecting to get the proper noodles. If you want to get proper noodles, without boiling the water, if you had, obviously you want to get your expected output. Okay, you will not get expected output. So without draining the water out, so for example, once you make noodles, there's going to be some water. Without draining the water, do we plate it up? Plate it up means you put the pastimes in the plate. If you're not going to eat from the pan, you're going to eat from the plate normally. Yeah, you will get soup only after that. Okay. So what happens is, first of all, you should follow one step. And once that step is finished, then only you got to go for the next step. Once that's done, then the next step and the next step and the next step. So you will notice that we are following these instructions in a step-by-step manner. So this is actually an algorithm. This is an algorithm. Okay, why is it as an algorithm? It contains instructions which are written in what? It contains instructions written in what? What manner? Yes. It contains instructions written in step-by-step manner. Also, we can call it sequential manner. Both are correct. Okay. I'll take you another example. Now think you're going to make, okay, you're going to cook. Or okay, I'm going to ignore these two examples. Okay. These two examples, and I'll take another example. Let's think you want to make tea. Okay. You're going to make tea. So tea is basically your solution. To make tea, what is the first step you do? Consider that you have all the relevant raw materials. Okay. Yes. The first step is you're going to boil water. First step you're going to do is boil water. And what's the second step you normally do? You add the tea leaves. So some people, what they do is they add the tea leaves to the boiling water. Some people, not only the tea leaves, they add the sugar, tea leaves, milk powder, everything at once to the boiling water. Both are possible. So if I'm going to use that, if I'm going to break it down, I have to unwanted bring in jug and all. So to make things easier, I'll be like, add all ingredients in all ingredients to boiling water. All ingredients meaning like this. You take once the water is boiled, you add the you add, if you're going to make 1 cup of tea, then you just add 1 teaspoon of what do you call tea leaves, right? Yeah, you add 1 teaspoon of tea leaves, then about 1 tablespoon, 1.5 tablespoon of sugar, and 1 tablespoon of milk powder. You add it. Okay. Once you add it, you can do the stirring as well inside that boiling water as well. So I call it stirring. So stirring is actually meaning as mixing. Another term for stirring means mix. Okay. So what we do is we stir it. And once we stir it, we can filter it and go into a mug. Okay. We can call it as filter it and pour into a mug. We can basically drain it. Either one. Okay. So these are the steps normally we follow to make tea. So these are also, I can call these instructions also as an algorithm. Why? Because I have written the instructions in a step-by-step manner. Okay, so this is actually an algorithm. So for your reference, I have actually given more examples for algorithm here. It's not much hard actually what the algorithm is. So if you all want, you can refer the examples I have given here as well regarding cooking a recipe, sending a message, and booking a flight ticket. So before that, tell me, are you all clear with what an algorithm is? Cool. Then we have Rashid, when we come to flowchart, I'll tell you. Next week, come in there only. Not when we add the algorithm flowchart. Right? So, pseudocode and flowchart that comes under a topic called representation of an algorithm. Means how we are going to represent these instructions. So that's where we talk about those stuffs. I think it will go on till 9:30 most probably. Okay, what I'll do is I'll give you about 5 minutes. Just try doing this question. If you have this tube printed, then you can write on it. Or just take a paper. It's a textbook. It's there in the textbook, this activity. So try to develop an algorithm. You can give me some instructions on. You have to give me some instructions on how I can divide 183 students into 183 students into 3 houses, which is Olu, Nelu, and Mane. Think how I can develop an algorithm. I'll give you 5 minutes. Try to do this question. Yeah, in fast as possible, as possible. Okay, I want you to write a small. Look, this question is there in the textbook. You can see. Same, I do the same textbook activity. Okay, so I'll give you 5 minutes. Once you're done, raise your hands to the participant list. Just take a paper and write certain instructions on. Write an algorithm on how I can develop. Give me a set of instructions on how I can divide 183 students to 3 houses. No, in our school we had house name is different because we had one house called Aquila, Cetus, Cygnus, and other stuff. Those houses we had. They're all star constellations. So once you have developed an algorithm, raise your hands up. Okay, I'll pause the screen sharing and I'll write my answer here as well. At 7:20, I'll discuss the answer, but if you're done, you can raise your hands up in the participant list. I will check your answer. And for the person who asked the PDF, and drop in the chat. Yeah, ask him. My answer is also almost similar to yours. You can have different answers. Okay, it doesn't mean that you all have to have the same answer. You can have your different algorithms. There's no issues. At the end of the day, we have to have 3 houses, and each house should have 61 members. Why? Because there's 183 in school. The 16 have finished for now. So we have the 1 more minute for 720. Let's see who can finish. Okay, it's 720, so I can show you all my answer actually. So actually, I did this in online class as well, so I'll show the answer I gave there. It's actually not nice. It's very, I written it very ugly. Okay, you can see how ugly my handwriting is. Anyways, I'll just read it out. So the first step I'm going to follow is actually I'm going to divide them into 3 houses. See, I'm going to divide the total count which we have 183. I'm going to divide it into 3. First, the reason I'm going to do that is to find the count per house. I want to find in each house how many members should be there. So when I divided 183 by 3, I noticed that okay, in one house there should be how many students? 61 students. Okay. Once that's done, what I did is I went to get the student list. In the school, I went and found out the full school, how many students are there. So once I got the student list, what I did is I sorted the list as per the grade. Okay, so you know what is sorting, right? Sorting means you rearranging basically. I rearrange the list, the students list as per their grade or class, either one. Okay. So once I have rearranged according to their grade, what I do is I'm going to go in I'm going to name each as each record as Olu, Nelum, Manen. It's going to be something like this. I'll take a Google sheet and show you how it's going to be. So you can have different answers. I'll just show how my answer is going to be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a list with their name. Okay. And another column with their what do you call phone number? Not phone, I mean the grade. I think I have these 2 columns. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually I'll have some random names here. For example, Amal, Vimal, Samar, Kamal, I have here random names. So like this, I'm going to have many names here. And I'm going to have their grade. For example, 1 person grade 6, 1 person grade 7, 1 person grade 8, 1 person 2 fellows in 8. So that I have all the grades as well. What I will do is first of all, I'll sort this list as per the grade. So I click on this, normally you can sort the list. So once I rearrange the list, now I've rearranged the list as per their grade. Okay. Once I have sorted their list, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign the house for them. For example, Olu, Nelu, Mane. And then again, sorry, Mane. And then again, Olu, Nelu, Mane. Likewise, I'm going to follow this pattern. So normally if you're using Excel, you can follow the pattern like this. There's the Excel trick you can follow. You all don't know who's Amal Bimal Chamal. I'll tell you later. You all should know me. Okay, I'll start using different names. You all have not seen Amal Bimal and Chamal. Sure, I think Islam said removed everything. Early in his YouTube channel, he had introduced who is Amal, who is Bimal, who is Chamal. Now it's not there on YouTube. I'll show you if possible. Okay. So there are 3 characters for Amal, Bimal, Chamal. Not real characters, animation characters we used actually. Anyways, leave that aside. These are just random characters we use. I also actually got it from this answer because I used to, we do stuff together, keep that aside. Okay. So we had this, what I did is I assigned this house in order. First I did Olu, second person Nelu, third Manil. Olu, Nelu, Manil. Now there's a reason why I sorted all of them by the grade. The reason I sorted them by grade is so that the house Olu, Nelu, Manil, all three houses will have almost equal aged people. So for example, I did not sort by house. In one house, there can be more fellows who are in senior grades. One house can have more fellows who are in junior grades. So if I do like this, what will happen is there will be not completely equal. Averagely, there's going to be an equal number of students, equal age people in each house. So to be equal, not to show any partiality, I'll follow this pattern. So what I'll be doing first of all is I get the student list, then I sort it according to the grade, and then I'll name the first record as Olu, second record Nilu, third record Manil, and I'll follow this pattern. Okay, I'll follow the same step throughout the student list. So until I reach the 183 records, that will be followed. And then I will, to double check, what I'm going to do is I'll be checking in Olu how many are there, in Nilum how many are there, in Manil how many are there. So if there are 61 in each house, that means my division is correct. Okay. So algorithm can be like this. It can be in simple English. You can put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you can write your own steps. So, all of you all has different instructions. Some of you all have the instructions where you all are going to skip this step which I did of sorting. You all directly found out that each house should have 61, and you all told to give 61 each for each house. All possible. So those are different solutions we have for the same problem. Your solution is different from my solution. And each of our solutions are going to be different. At the end of the day, what happens is, at the end of the day, all of our solutions are going to do what? They are going to divide the students into 3 houses. Rashid, that's also fine. You can have different answers. So to be equality, my one is I don't answer. You can have different answers. There is no issues in your answers. Okay, so that's the main part in there. Okay, so I'll rewrite it here, which I wrote in the tube there. So the first step I'm going to follow is actually, I'll be like, find count per house, which is actually 183 divided by 3 is equal to 61. And I'll be like, get students list. With name and grade. I can add more fields as well. Okay. And then I'll be like, sort the list according to the grade. So once I have sorted according to the grade, then I will be like, assign the first record as Olu, next record is Nelu, and then the next as Manil. Like, follow the above pattern until the last student is met. This is more than enough actually. Actually, these 5 are more than enough. I can add extra 2 steps, which is verify the count in each house. And if they are 61, then we are good to go. I can also remove the first as well. Actually, this is unwanted. The first step is also unwanted. If I'm not going to write the verification part, I don't have to mention them. So I can directly make things easy I can directly write this. That's fine, Rashid. But I added something extra by telling keeping the interlude sports meet as planned. Mariam, that's fine, but the question is not asking about the in-house sport meet. The question is mainly asking to develop the algorithm. What the problem is to divide the students into 3 houses. So at the end of the day, if our program has divided into 3 houses, that's more than enough. Okay, so others are not needed. These are the main 3 instructions, which are main 4 instructions actually, which I follow. So you all can have different instructions. It's completely fine. Yeah, most of your answers were correct. Okay, so this is how the answer is going to be. Now let's move on to the next part. That is called control structures. So when talking about algorithm, I'll be talking about 2 different stuffs. Okay, one thing is going to be as control structures. Thank you, Akib. Okay, so one thing I'll be talking about is the control structures. The next part I'll be talking about is actually the representation of algorithm. So under representation, I'll be talking about pseudocode and flowchart, which I will be coming after control structures. So first of all, let me cover off the control structures part. So there is something called a control structure. I mean, we name it as control structure. It's just a block of code actually. Okay, we name a specific block of code that it follows a control structure, which means the control structure will decide actually the flow of the program. The control structure will decide what's the flow of execution. How does a particular program normally flows? That's normally decided. That's normally you can observe based on the control structures. So actually there are 3 control structures. One is called sequence. The other one is called selection. The other one is called repetition. So sequence is nothing new for you all. You all learned this word sequence a while ago as well, that it's going to be what sequence is going to be the order. Once again. Angel, that's also fine. Okay. Yeah, what do you call sequence actually, you're following it step by step. It doesn't have to be ascending descending. It's not always ascending descending. It's basically sequence is going to be step by step. If you take any program you take, it's going to follow a sequence pattern, which means it's going to be executed in step by step. After the first step is executed, then only the second step is going to be executed. After the second step is executed, then only the third step is executed. After third is done, only fourth, then fifth. Likewise, it goes in the order. Yeah, Asim, it's fine. You can leave. Okay, it goes in the order. So sequence here means actually the step by step. That's what sequence is. Any program you take. Okay, now there are actually we can categorize the programs as a part of the program can be selection, repetition. I'll be explaining you selection, repetition as well. Okay, any program you take will have sequence in it. So selection program will also have a selection program will also have sequence. A program with repetition also has sequence. Okay, so sequence is basically the default structure of any program. I can call sequence as the default structure of any program. This can be called as the default structure. Any program you take, it will follow the sequence pattern. Flowcharts are there only in control structures are there only in flowcharts or pseudocodes. They are in pseudocode as well. That's why I'm saying control structures in algorithm. I didn't talk about pseudocode and flowchart yet because you can observe, you can see the control structures as on what you call flowchart as well as pseudocode. In both you can observe the sequence. So when we come to the relevant topics, which is flowchart, pseudocode, when we come there, I'll explain that in depth. But for now, the point is that in sequence, what happens is all of your instructions are going to be executed. But how? In certain scenarios, all will not execute. In most of the scenarios, all will execute. I'll tell you scenarios where all the instructions won't get executed. But the point here is the instructions are going to be executed how? In a step-by-step pattern. After the first one is finished, then only it goes to the second. After the second is finished, then only it goes for the third. After third is finished, then only fourth. Likewise, it follows a step-by-step pattern. Okay. Is sequence clear for you? How with this it's possible? Okay, that's what sequence is. Next, we have selection. So in selection, what happens is you have two options. Okay, in selection, what happens is you have a condition. Let me take it down here. In selection, what happens is you have a condition and you have two options here. The first option is actually true and second option is going to be false. It's something like this. I will come and ask you one question like this. I'll come and ask you, did you have your breakfast today? I come and ask you a question saying, did you have your breakfast today? What will be your answer? When I come and ask you, did you have your breakfast today? What will be your answers? Yeah, you're going to have either two options. You will either tell me yes or else no. These are the two options. Okay. Same thing happens in selection as well. You have a question. Okay. I'll call this question as a condition. Okay. In selection, what happens is you have my question was that Nabi, I asked what you call if I ask you all, did you all have your breakfast? What is the answer you're going to give me? That was the question, Nabi. If I ask the question saying, did you all have your breakfast or did you have your breakfast? What you will be saying? Either your answer is going to be yes or your answer is going to be no. Okay. So what happens here is you have a condition. So condition is like a question. This is like the question. And your answer is going to be only two. You have just two options. It's either going to be yes or no. That's what you have in selection as well. In selection statement, what happens is you have a condition and respective to that condition, you have a true statement and false. So if it's yes, another name for yes is actually true. And if it's no, we can call it as false. You take a problem, you take a condition, you take a question, anything you take, okay? Normally, it's not normal question, okay? Now, if I ask, for example, if I ask all the question like, what did you all eat for breakfast? I am going to say me yes or no. If I ask, what did you all eat for breakfast? You all will be telling the product you all ate, the food you all ate. But if I ask you, did you eat? The word did, that's going to give me what? That's going to give me an answer of yes or no. That's what conditions are actually. In condition, you check, is it yes or no? So normally the conditions we will be meeting in what do you call algorithm? Sorry, in algorithm, pseudocode and flowcharts will vary. There are several conditions we can meet. For example, I can ask you some condition like this. Is it valid? Or I can ask another condition like this. Is it correct? Is it wrong? Is it greater? Is it less than? Or is it equal to? Is it same? Is it not same? Is it similar? These are all conditions. So those kind of questions when I ask, what is your answer? Answer is going to be either yes or no. That's what happens in selection as well. In selection, you have a decision to be made and your answer is going to be, okay? Your answer is going to be either yes or no. Okay. So when we are doing flowcharts, we'll be talking about different types of selection statement. Flowcharts mainly about when we are doing pseudocodes, we'll be talking different types of selection statements. There's something called if else, there's something called switch case. We'll be talking about that in a while, but you don't have to know about this currently. You can just ignore this at the moment. The main point here is that in selection, you have two options. So you have the condition, and if the condition is true, then you do something else. If it's false, you do something else. So it's going to be something like this. So we can normally write the condition like this, like if had breakfast, then breakfast, then I will like you are healthy. Else you are weak. Okay, so this is not a pseudocode approach I'm writing here. Just a general scenario I'm telling. You're checking if you had breakfast or not. Okay, we are checking if we had breakfast or not. So if we had breakfast, what we're saying, then you are healthy. If you didn't have breakfast, then what happens? You are weak. So what happens is, you can see there is a condition. Okay, there is a condition. And also there is a true statement and a false statement. Okay, so normally in selection, you will have a true statement as well as a false statement. Is that clear? Is selection clear for you? Is selection clear for you? Yes or no? Yeah, only one day if you don't have breakfast, you will not be weak. But just let's take a scenario. Perfect. So some of we don't normally mention the word true, false. We don't mention the word like that. Okay. Normally we directly ask them. This is when I'm directly asking you, what you call, did you have your breakfast? So if you have your breakfast, if you had your breakfast, it's going to be something like this. Okay, I'll be like, you had your breakfast. You had breakfast, the question mark. You had breakfast is going to be a question mark. And I'm saying, if you had, so if you're saying yes, you had, then I'm going to do something else. If you say no, then something else. It's going to be something like that. You don't mention the word true or false. In flowchart, you mention. In flowchart, you can mention, you should mention true, false, yes, no, something like that. So this is actually like a pseudocode, but the exact pseudocode. The pseudocode, there's one more thing I had write, which I didn't write. Okay, so this is actually like, this is a general example, which I have given you for selection. So some of the other questions for selection might be like, I'm asking the question, are you a boy or girl? No, are you a boy? If I ask you, are you a boy? If you're a boy, you say yes. If you're not a boy, you say no. Simple. Okay, that's what happens in selection. The next part we are going to talk is, if they're not a boy, then say no, no. Simple. In that case, they'll say no. The next part we're going to talk about is actually repetition. Repetition is where you're going to repeat the same task or same instruction again and again and then again. It's something like this. Now, for example, I'm telling you all to, what do you call? Okay, there's a teacher. Think the teacher is going to mark attendance. How will the teacher mark attendance? Teacher will what? First is they tell your name. So I'll be like, speak out the name. Initially, what the teacher will do? Initially, what the teacher is going to do is, initially the teacher will speak out the name. So once the teacher says the name, okay, what the teacher is going to tell? The teacher is going to get the answer of either present or absent. When the teacher tells, teacher will be asking, what do you call, maybe I'll take an example of Adil. Okay, so teacher is going to ask, Adil, are you present? Okay, teacher speak out the name and say, like, we'll ask question, are you present? Something like that. Now, for each student, now, for example, think in the class there are Azaira, yes, I'll give you. Okay. Now, think in this class there are 40 students. If there are 40 students, what happens is, Zaira, I'll give you that question when we are doing the pseudocode. It will be more easy for you. Okay. Now, think there is a fellow called Adil in this class. What I'll be doing is, I'll be asking, are you present? That's one option. Second thing is, now think there are 40 students in this class. Or let's take 60. Now, in the meeting currently there are 60 fellows. Okay, I think there are 60. Now, I'm going to ask, check if you all are present or absent. What I'll be doing, I'll be speaking out each of your name again and again and again, along with what? Along with the text, are you present? I'll be like, Adil, are you present? Hafiz, are you present? Abdul Haq, are you present? Afra, are you present? Right? Each name, I'll be specifying with the word, are you present? That's how I'm going to do. If you notice, I'm repeating something. Again and again, I'm repeating something. Okay. So when we're talking about repetition, it's either we are going to repeat the same instruction. Okay, it's either we are repeating the same instruction or else the same logic. Same instruction means something. For example, I think there are 3 Adils in this class. Then I'll be like, Adil, are you present? Adil, are you present? Adil, are you present? Same instruction, the same thing. There's no change. Same logic means I'm speaking out what? I'm speaking out the name plus the word, are you present? So name, are you present? Name, are you present? So if you notice in the marking the attendance system, what happens is you're following the same logic again and again and again. You're again and again asking. You're telling out the name and asking, are you present? You're speaking out the name and asking, are you present? You're again speaking out the name, asking present. What you're doing is you're following the same logic again and again. So here repetition, what happens is you either follow the same instruction or same logic again and again. Okay. So normally we can do it in a sequence as well. Okay. For example, think I want to print the numbers between 1 to 100. I want to print the numbers between 1 to 100. I can, write a instruction that is print 1, print 2, print 3, print 4, print 5, print 6, right? I can write each instructions. Or there is a set of, there's a thing I can use, and using that with just 3 or 4 lines, I can make that, the numbers between 1 to 100 being printed within just 3 or 4 lines. I don't have to know, for example, think I want to print the numbers between 1 to 100. I can write something like this as well. I can write print 1, print 2, like print 3, print 4. I can write each instructions as well. So in that case, how many lines of I'm going to have? I'm going to have 100 lines in total. If I want to print the numbers from 1 to 100. But that's unwanted for me because what? I'm repeating the same instruction. So the same instruction, same logic. So what I can do is I can use something called as a loop. I can use something called as a loop. And using this loop, what I can do is I can print all 100 numbers, which just around 3 to 4 lines of instructions. Okay. So we'll be learning different types of loop actually. We'll be learning in this lesson something as a while loop and repeat until loop and for do loop. So for do loop we'll be learning when we come to Pascal. Today we'll be not learning about for do loop. Today we'll be learning about while loop as well as repeat until loop when we come to the pseudocode part. Okay. That's how repetition works. In repetition, you're going to either repeat the same instruction or else the same logic. It doesn't mean all the time has to be the same instruction. It can be same logic as well. So if either one is repeating, we don't have to write each steps in a sequence manner. We can write using loops. So loops are actually, so there are different types of loop like for loop, while loop. We'll be learning those loops in when we come to pseudocode. But there's something, just have the idea that there's something called. Okay, I'll just show you all the while loop. So I'm going to write a pseudocode now. You don't have to take much serious. This is one of your last. I'll just show for that person as only. So the while loop I'm going to write to print the numbers between 1 to 100 are going to be like this. It's going to be like this. Don't much focus on the pseudocode now because we didn't come to pseudocode yet. Okay, I'll just show this example only. Okay, now this is actually pseudocode. Okay, so this is how the pseudocode is going to be if I'm going to display 100 numbers from 1 to 100 using repetition. But the same thing if I'm going to do with sequence, but it's only sequence. Now, here also there is a sequence following. Why? Because I'll be coming for this is step 1, step 2, step 3. I'll go for step 3 first before after I execute step 2. So there is a sequence obviously, but if I'm going to do the same task, that means printing numbers from 1 to 100 using only sequence, then I'm going to have more than 100 lines of code. Where I'll be like print 1, print 2, print 3, print 4, print 5. So that's why I use a repetition, okay, a loop, a while loop here to make things fast. Don't much think about the pseudocode I've written here. We'll be learning how to write pseudocode in the next part. But before I go there, are you all clear with what repetition is? Any questions? Anyone, any questions regarding repetition? Okay. Do anyone of you have any questions regarding sequence, selection, or repetition? Either one of the three. We learn 3 control structures. There's sequence, there's selection, there's repetition. So or any code you take, whether it's a sequence, repetition, or any code you take, any instructions you take, any algorithm you take, obviously they'll have a sequence in it, which means they're going to follow, they're going to execute each instruction step by step. That's obviously going to be there. But apart from that, there are different instructions, there are different control structures, which are only repetition, which are only selection. So we can have certain algorithms written with both all 3 control structures included, or we can have only one control structure. It depends on the instructions. So we'll be learning on that a bit while. But did you all get an idea of how does sequential codes or how does sequential instructions be? How does selection instruction be? How does repetition instruction be? Any questions? So repetition means repeating. Yusuf, correct? What is the difference between while and for? In while loop, you have to actually, there's a condition you check. In while loop, there's a condition you check. In for loop, there is no condition. Instead of condition, there is like a repetition there. So it goes something like for. There's in for loops, there's 2, like for each and just for. So we'll be learning like for. There's one thing like this: for 1 to 100 do. This is what the for do loop is. So what it does is for 100 times, what do you call it? Will be displaying. The loop will be continuing for 100 times. For 1 to 100 means this loop is going to be continuing for 100 times. But the problem here is I don't know which number currently we are in. When we are using for 1 to 100, I don't know currently which position I'm in. When I do for do loop. So there's a different for. There are different depending on the programming language, we write the for loop differently. But normally in pseudocodes, we don't do for loops. When it comes to Pascal, we'll be learning for loops. Okay? Because for loop will vary from programming language to programming language. With certain programming language, you write the for loop like this. For in brackets, you have 3 stuffs. In one, you put n equals 1. Other one, you put n is less than 100. Other one, n equals n plus 1. Like these 3 stuffs. One, what do you call, in while loop, we had 3 things here, right? These 3 things in for loop, there's a program language called C++. In that, when you write in for loop, we had all of these 3 things in one line. So it varies from programming language to programming language. So we'll be not learning any for loop in pseudocode. We'll be learning for loop when we come to Pascal, not today. So can we explain selection part? Yes. So in selection, what happens is you have a condition. Okay, you have a condition. And if the condition is true, you're going to do something. If the condition is false, you're going to do something. It's something like this. Okay. So I'll be like, I'll ask you, are you hungry? It's a question mark. I'll ask you, are you hungry? If you're hungry, okay, if you're hungry, so I'll a bit extend it and write it. So if you're hungry, what I'll do is I'll give food for you. And if you're not hungry, what I'll be doing is I will not give food. Simple. That's how selection works. In selection, what happens is you have a condition, and based on that condition, you will do. You have different instructions to be executed based on if the condition is true or false. So if the condition is true, you have one condition. If the conditions are false, you have different set of instructions to be executed. So that depends on what? It depends on your condition. Okay. Any questions? This is what the algorithm is. So if you want to know how to write algorithm, this is what algorithm is. Algorithms are just simple English. You know, you write step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. This is how we write algorithm. We didn't still learn how to write pseudocode. Okay. There's something else which we call pseudocode. We didn't come to pseudocode yet. So which I wrote here. For example, I wrote something. The repetition I wrote down. No, we didn't still learn how to write pseudocode. This is pseudocode. So I will teach you pseudocode in the next part. This is representation of algorithm. But before coming to how to do pseudocode, I will clear this concept of what do you mean by sequence, what is selection, what is repetition. In my case, if the food you give looks good, I will eat it. That's what I want. That's fine. Okay, so looks like now if you all have any questions regarding sequence, selection, repetition. Good question. What's the relationship of algorithms with control structures? So it's actually what control structures are like, you know, it shows, okay, it defines what type of instructions are there. So if, like, you know, what we can do is when we go through the instructions, we can figure out, is this instruction which is going to have only an input and a processing done, an output? Is it going to have only that much? Or is this instruction containing some decisions? Is this in these instructions? Are we going to, you know, like now, for example, now let's take this selection thing. If you're hungry, only you eat food. No, if you're not hungry, don't eat food. So then we have when you're writing the code, we have to make sure that if you're hungry, you eat food. Which means if you're hungry, this is going to be skipped. When you're hungry, if you are hungry, so yes, in that case, this is going to be skipped. So for you to figure out, okay, I have to write a pseudocode I have to create a program in such a way that if this condition is satisfied, then this should be executed and this should not execute. I should know that if I'm hungry, I'll name this as 2 and 1. If I'm hungry, only the instruction 1 should be executed. Instruction 2 should not be executed. Okay, so that's why we write, we figure out, okay, based on the control structures. So control structure is actually, it's not, we don't write it separately. What we do is, when you take an algorithm, you can figure out the control structure. It's something like that. Now, for example, let's take our old algorithm. We had an algorithm here for, we wrote here to make noodles. No. So this actually has only sequence, because can you see any selections here? Oh no, this has a selection. Actually, this has a selection. Tell me what is selection? No. This example of noodles, correct. Okay. The selection here is if water is boiled. Yes, the step number 2. You see, is water boiled? So only if the water is boiled, you're going to add the pasta. If the water is not boiled, you will not add pasta. Till 9:30 target. It might go up after that as well, but let's target is for 9:30. Okay. So even this question there is selection. So what we do is we are analyzing we're just figuring out what are the control structures we have to use in this algorithm. So in this algorithm, we have to use we have to use a selection. There is a selection. So only if the water is boiled, we have to add the pasta. So here there is no else statement. There is no, if it's not boiled, what to do is not added here. So basically, if it's not boiled, you have to wait till it boils, something like that. Okay. That's how the selections are. Angela, correct. Angela, you had one more step actually. You had add the step called assign 61 students to each house. Not there are 61 students for each house. We will assign 61 students for each house. So if you change the instruction as assign 61 students for each house, is there a repetition in this algorithm? There is no repetition. There is no repetition. Are you repeating some steps again and again? No. There is no repetition in that instruction, that algorithm. Okay. Have any other questions? Yeah, I can send the tube link again. Everyone in the meeting. Okay, I send the tube link again. Do you all have any other questions, or shall I move on to the representation of algorithm? Any questions? Technically, you all will not get any questions regarding to write an algorithm. You all will get questions regarding write pseudocode, write flowcharts. So for you all to come to pseudocode and flowchart, first of all, you all should know what an algorithm is. Amarali, yes, I'll give you all. Wait. Repetition and algorithm. It's something like this. Now, for example, I'm asking you to display 100 numbers. So to display the numbers from 1 to 100. So Yusuf, now for example, Yusuf Muzambil, you wanted an example for repetition algorithm. I think you wanted to print numbers from 1 to 100. What is the normal step you will follow? The normal sequential order instruction you're going to follow is print 1, print 2, print 3, print 4, print 5, print 6, print 6, print 7, print 8. Okay? You will be giving step by step each instruction. That's how you write the algorithm. You're going to give each instruction step by step. But the problem there is you will follow is waste unwanted time by doing the same task. Even though the instruction is not exactly same, the logic is same. You can figure out the logic there. So what you can do is there's a small, you can use something called a while loop and do that same task which you need 102 lines with just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So instead of using 102 lines, you can actually do it in 7 lines. That's why we use repetition in. So normally what they will do, there will be testing control structures. They will give you a pseudocode or they will give you a flowchart and they might ask you, even in this tutorial, there is a question like, we'll be doing those questions. There will be questions asking you, what are the control structures we can observe in this algorithm? Or what are the control structures we can observe in this pseudocode? What are the control structures we can observe in this flowchart? That's how the questions are going to be. We can do this in repeat and loop as well. Something like this. When we come to repeat and loop, I'll teach that all. Because well, if you of you all know regarding these loops, no, and pseudocodes. So first of all, let's go with the flow. Once everyone comes to get to know about what is a pseudocode, how to write pseudocode, then obviously, because there is, if you notice in this tutorial, there's a part I have taken as repeat until loop as well. Okay, so if you all have any questions regarding the control structures, you all can ask. If you all don't have any questions, what I'll be doing is I'll be giving you all a 7 minutes break, and after 7 minutes break, at sharp 8:10, we'll be starting representation of algorithm. So if you all have any questions, you can ask me, or you can be there in the meeting as it is and have a small break and come. At 8:10, I'll be starting. If you have any questions, you can ask in the chat. Now, after we learn flowchart, you will know the difference. Sama, you just drop me a WhatsApp message. So if you notice the tute also, I mentioned number here 077 277 9798. Just drop me a WhatsApp message. I will send it. Atyab, no, not for 11.5, only 10 and 11 currently. Salma is there here. Yeah, all of them are control structures. Sequence, selection, definition, all three are three different control structures. But the funniest part is sequences you can identify any program you take. Because the word sequence is what? It's basically step by step. After one instruction, next instruction. So even you have a repetition code or selection code, still they also follow a sequential format. Yusuf Muzabil, is that clear? Or? Lukman, yes. You will learn the exam type questions today. Hi, Usman Rishan. So we are talking about sequence selection definition, and I have given a short break. What do you call? I'll be starting this one at 8:10. Yeah, Mushfiqa, anyways, we'll be learning pseudocodes and flowcharts now. So once we learn them and once we practice a few questions, you will see how easy pseudocode and flowchart is. I'm fine, Jalo. Anyways, I'll check on the grade 9 syllabus and let you know because I haven't gone through the grade 9 syllabus yet. I hope we can start now and continue with the representation of algorithm. Okay, what do you call? I guess we can continue now. Info will one. Yes, here. Let's start off with the representation of an algorithm. So regarding representation of algorithm, like the name sounds, okay? The word representation means what? It's how we are going to present it. Okay, the word representation means how it's presented. That's what we call as representation. Now we are going to talk about how we are going to present an algorithm. Now I shouldn't mention this for all still, which I'll be telling now. Now you all might have the question in yourself, why do we write algorithm? What is the necessity to write an algorithm? Is it very important to write an algorithm? Without writing algorithm, can't we make the programs? Like these questions will be running in your mind. Actually, how the real world scenario works is, okay, how the scenario all works in programming, in the industry and all is, normally, when a client, okay, or client is basically a person, okay, when a person comes up with a problem, okay, we give the solution. A client will come with a problem, and once they come up with a problem, we will do all our stuff, and after we do all of our stuffs, the next thing what we are going to do is, after we do like basic analyzing and all what we do, the next thing is we are going to give him a solution. Okay, that's our main task. So now think we have done all this part. We have analyzed the problem, we know what are the issues we have, and we know what the solution we are going to make. Okay, now we know what is the solution we are going to make. We know the solution. Currently, we know the solution. But no, I'm just taking this. Let's take an example. Okay, the example is you have a client. Okay, I think there is a fellow called Amal. What Amal does is Amal has a problem. Amal is a client. Or let's take different characters. We are using Amal, Bimal, Chamal normally. Okay, I think there is a fellow called. Let's give me 3 characters name. Okay, I'll take from the participant list. So I think there is one person called Abid. Okay, and there's a fellow called Lukman. And there's a fellow called Infas. There are 3 people, okay, in our story. So initially what happens is there is this fellow called Abid. What happens to him is he has the institute. Okay, he has an institute called Abid Academic. Okay, Abid, he has an academic. So he has academic called Abid Institute Private Limited or something like he has. The problem he has is all these days he's marking the attendance and payments on the paper. He uses everything paper. All his tasks, all his actions, everything is done but using papers. He doesn't use any systems. Okay. All what he do is using paper materials. He stores his relevant data. He records the attendance. He records the payments. All of these are done manually. Okay. All of his actions in academic, all of his action in institute is done what? All are done manually. So Give me a second, guys. There's one fellow spam in the chat. I'll remove him from the meeting. Remove from the meeting. Done. I removed him from the meeting. Okay. I'll just give you a small warning. Stop spamming the chat with unwanted message. You can ask anything related to the question. I mean, chapter, there's no issues. You come spamming the message, telling me out. Okay, I will not tell you, I will not even answer a question. That's the main thing. Anyways, so what Abid does is he has academy, and what he does is all his tasks, okay, like marking attendance, taking payments, all of these are done how? All are done manually. So what he is doing is he comes across problems like when he's going to make the teacher salaries or when he's going to take the fees from students. There are several problems. It's nothing is well organized, nothing is structured, nothing is neat. So what happens is Abid is going to talk. There is a company called Manfas Solution. Okay, there's a company called Manfas Solution. And what Abid gets to know is that there is a company called Manfas Solution, and they create softwares. They create programs for these academies killer. Okay, so in Manfas Solution there are two people. Okay, one fellow is called Lukman, the other fellow is Infas. These are two people who own Manfas Solution. So what Abid is going and talking to the people in Manfas Solution, that is Lukman and Infas. Abid is going and telling his problems. He's saying currently this is how I mark attendance, this is how I take payments, this is how all my processes are going on, these are the problems I have. I want a proper solution. Okay, he's talking both of them. Now there are two people here, Lukman and Infas. Both of them are not programmers, which means both of them are not people who are going to develop codes. Okay, Lukman is a developer, which means Lukman write codes, and he is the one who makes the program. He's the one who creates the softwares, creates the apps, something like that. Infas is called a business analyst. Okay, so some people they call this as system analyst, whether there are different name. But in our case, okay, you can call him as business analyst or system analyst. Both are correct, but normally call them as business analyst. So Infas is actually a business analyst. What Infas does is he's the one who normally talks with the client. So Abid will be mainly talking with Infas, while Lukman will also be there. So sometimes Infas will ask, Infas once he talks, Infas will randomly ask Lukman, hey Lukman, is it possible? Can we do something like this? So Infas doesn't have that much thinking pattern. Okay, Infas doesn't know that he's not into that much problem solving, or Infas is not that much into creating his own solution. But not Infas, I mean Lukman, he's not into creating his own solution. He's not into that problem solving. He doesn't know. But Infas has all those. Infas knows how to problem solve, how to create solution. All of these are there in Infas. But Infas doesn't do the programming stuff. So what they do is Abid will be talking with them, mainly with Infas. Abid will be telling all of his issues. He'll be telling, I have this academy, I have these problems. Likewise, he'll be explaining what? All of his issues. He'll be explaining to who? To Infas, mainly. Lukman will also be there. So there is a fellow called business analyst who will talk with the client. So here Abid is the client. They'll talk with the client and figure out all the problems and then come up with a solution. When they come up with a solution, so they come up with a solution, then okay, the solution is actually we are going to make something called a class management system. Okay, so Infas is like, okay, I know all of your problems. We came up with all of your problems. So the solution for your problem is what? Class management system. Do you think once Infas knows, okay, the class management solution is what the color of class management system is the solution for Abid's business? Do you think that Infas and Lukman, they will start building up this software first? Yes or no? Once they get to know that class management system is a solution they're going to do you think that they start building this, they start developing this first? It's like, at once it's like, I know, okay, this is the answer for your question. But directly do I give the question? No. Don't directly give the question. I mean, directly don't give the answer. So once you know you're going to make the class management system, then what they will do is, I mean, so they will tell Abid, obviously they will tell Abid, okay, Abid, we know your problem. The solution for your problem is class management system. But that doesn't mean they will start making this, they will not start coding. They will not start building, or they will not start developing the class management system. What happens is, initially, there is this fellow called Infas, there is this fellow called Abid. Okay. Let me draw 3 characters, will you? Initially, there are 3 characters here. Abid, Lukman, and Infas. Okay, so I call Abid, Lukman, and Infas. So initially, what will happen? Abid and who Infas and all, they'll be talking regarding a class management system. These are 2 different parties. No, I mean not class management system. They'll be talking about the problems in the academy, all the issues. And once they talk about the problem, once Abid is explaining all his problems, okay, what will Lukman and Infas collectively do is they will come up with a solution. They will come up with the solution. And the solution they come up with only is called the class management system. So here I have mentioned CMS. CMS stands for class management system. That's the solution they came up for. The thing is, as soon as they know that, as soon as they come up across that the solution is the thing they have to make is a class management system, they will not start making the class management system. I mean, they will not start programming it. They will not start the coding work. Before they do the coding work, there's something else they will do. Okay. Before they start coding the application, there's something else they will do that is actually called as, they create an algorithm. They create an algorithm. For example, in maths, you get questions, right? For example, there will be solving questions, proofing questions. Do you directly write the proof or do you directly write the answer? No. You write steps. So you write the steps and steps and steps and steps. The final step only, your answer is. So if it's a proving question, first of all, you will be giving all the reasons and all the steps. And the last final step is where you will give the complete answer. Until you reach the final step, you will be writing other instructions. That's how you do maths question, right? For example, let's take you want to convert a number from log to anti-log, or you want to find the log of a specific number. Still, you'll be going through steps. Or you all know what is simultaneous equations, right? So in simultaneous equation, if you're going to solve, still you have answers. You don't directly go and write x equals 1, no, y, no. But you know how simultaneous equation looks like, right? So when if someone asks you to solve x and solve y, you don't directly write x equals what, y equals what. You first of all write the steps on how did you get the value of x and how did you get the value of y. Same thing in here as well. Once we know that we have to make a class management system, we don't start programming it. Before we start programming it, we make the algorithm, which means we write the instructions. We write step by step the instructions to make the system, to make the software. Okay. So when we are making this software, or before we make software, we write an algorithm. Now, when we are writing this algorithm, we can create this algorithm in 2 different forms. Either we can create a pseudocode or flowchart. The difference between them is in pseudocode, you use only simple English, which means it's a full textual format. There is no any graphics in it, just full simple text, only English. Okay, I mean, language can vary, but it's just only text. Only text is used in pseudocode. But there is something called flowchart. The difference here is in flowchart, we start using graphics, which means symbols and shapes. So here the graphics is actually symbols, shapes. Okay. So normally when we are developing the algorithm, okay, when, for example, I told you all, before we start creating a class management system, I'm going to create an algorithm for that. No, we don't normally write that step 1, step 2, step 3. We don't write like this. You know, we don't write like this. We don't write each steps. Instead of writing the step-by-step format, and like though in that format, we follow a different format that's called a pseudocode or else flowchart. In rare case, we do both, but normally we do either one of either we are going to do the pseudocode or flowchart. Sometimes we might do both, it depends. But normally what we do is we either create a pseudocode or flowchart. So pseudocode is what pseudocode is going to have the textual representation of each and every instruction. Meanwhile, the flowchart that is going to have a graphical representation of the instructions. It's going to be, that's the main difference. Okay, are you all clear with what? No, still you all don't know how to write pseudocode, still you all don't know how to draw flowcharts. Forget about that. But are you all clear with what is a pseudocode and what is a flowchart? The difference between them? Yes, we will be creating algorithms. I mean, we'll be doing pseudocodes, we'll be doing flowcharts as well today. We'll be creating them now. Perfect. Okay. So let's talk about pseudocodes first of all. Initially, let's talk about pseudocode. So like I mentioned before, pseudocode is actually just some instructions. Okay. There are instructions which we write in simple English terms. And we are going to write in simple English. If you are a foreigner, you can write in different terms, but basically it's going to be just simple text. There's nothing complicated. The pseudocode is containing only simple English text. Another part is you got to keep in your mind that pseudocode is not any programming language. Okay, keep in your mind that pseudocode is not any programming language. Am I lagging? No, right? Perfect. Okay. So pseudocode we write normally in simple English terms. And also another point to keep in your mind is that pseudocodes are not any programming language. So normally in pseudocode, we use some, I said we use some simple English terms now. So I'll let you all know what are the English terms we use. Okay. So I have given here actually in a figurative manner some of the, what do you call, some of the instructions we used. So there is instruction, I have just for beauty purpose, I've added a hash sign here, but normally in pseudocodes, we don't write hash. But anyways, these are some of the simple English terms we use. They are begin. There's something called begin. There's something called end. There's something called output. There's something called display. There's something called show. There's something called if, then, else, end if. Then there's something called for, do, while, end, while, repeat until, process, calculate. All these are certain English terms. Okay. So if you're asking me, are we limited to use only these English terms? No. There are many other English terms as well. So these are some of the commonly used English terms, okay, in pseudocodes. So we use begin actually to show the indicator beginning of the program. Now, for example, I have a program here. So what does the initially I told, if you were there in the beginning of the meeting, I said, what does a program contain? I said a program is basically a file. No, it's a file containing what? A file that's containing instruction that is also called as codes. Yes, that's what I was expecting for. I said a program contains codes. No. So what we do in pseudocode is in begin, what we write is we show that where is the code going to start? It's like the head. Okay. And once we write the begin statement, after that only we are going to write all the instructions. And once we have written all our instruction, at last we write the end. So begin is used to indicate what? The beginning of the program, and end is used to indicate what? The ending of the program. Is that clear? We use begin to show that this program is going to start from here. We use end to show that the program is going to stop from here. Is that clear? Do you have any questions? Nice. Now let's go on to the next part, which is input. Okay. Now, for example, for a certain program to run, for a certain program to be executed, we normally, when we create certain program, we create a program which contains an input, a process, and output, right? So can we use any of these terms, or is there a particular function for each term? No, we can use any terms. These are just simple English. For example, I want to get something from you. If I want to get something from you, that's going to be an input. No, I'm the program and you're the user. If you're going to give something for the program, it's going to be input. No. So if I want to get something from you, which means from the user, I can use the word input. I can use the word read. I can use the word get. I can, apart from this, now here I mentioned 3. There are words like enter, insert. Okay, there's words like enter, insert. Likewise, any word which gives the same meaning, you can use. Okay, it doesn't have to be that you have to use only these 3 words. Begin and yes. For begin and end, for pseudocode, you have to use only these 2. There is no other alternatives. But others actually, begin, end, and then if then, and this. Whatever I have put star here, you have to use only them. Okay. But others like input, if you are going to input statement, anything which will give that idea. For example, the word enter, the word insert, they also give the same idea. No? So because they also give the same idea, we can use those words as well. So the solution which solves a problem is the class management system. Yeah. In this previous example, which I took Lukman, Infaz and all, the solution is going to be class management system. This is the solution. You're correct, Zenith. Okay. Anyways, coming back to here. What do you call? If you want to get something from the user, like I said previously, if you're over there in the beginning, there is something called as the program, and there is something else as called the user. If there is anything the programmer is going to give, so the user is going to give for the program, we can call them as input. And if there's anything the program is going to give for the user, we call them as output. Okay, that's why I use a WhatsApp example. When I type a message and send it, it's going to go for WhatsApp server. So for WhatsApp server, I'm sending a message. That's an input. And once I send it, I think I'm sending it to one of my friends. When my friend is getting it, I told you in the previous example as well, he's going to get it through what? Through the WhatsApp server. So that's going to be an output. So that's where it's going there, input and output. So if there's something I have to get from the user, if I want user to input something, I use the word as input or read or get, like that. Okay. And then let me show you a program which is written in the input format. Okay. I'll write a small program. So let me write a program here. I'll write a small program which is going to get, okay, which is going to get the user's name. So if I'm going to write a program, okay, let me write the topic as well. A program to get user's name. So this will be something like this. I will have something called begin. And then I'll put user statement, something like this. Input name. End. You don't have to worry about the simple and capital letters. So here I've just used capital letters. Textbook also they use capital letters just to to signify, to just show that it's different. Okay, but it's not must use capital. You can use simple capital. The letter case is not an issue. Sometimes in your school, your teacher might tell you use only capital. In that case, you better use capital. But in all levels, you can use either simple capital. For both, you're going to get marks. There is no issues there. Okay. Anyways, so this is going to be the program that's going to get the user's name. It's very small. The pseudocode is begin. input name, end. So either I can mean input name, or I can put get name, insert name, enter name, anything which specifies, which when someone's read, you understand the word that the program is asking us to do something. It's more than enough. Is this clear? Or how I wrote this program, is that clear? This is actually pseudocode, okay? So this is a pseudocode. So here, have I mentioned anything about displaying this question? This question, what does it do? This is a program to get user's name. So normally when you are answering questions, make sure you read the question properly. Is this question asking us to show the user's name? No. The program is asking only to get the user's name. So currently we are only getting the user's name. Okay. So what we do? We start the program, and once we start the program, we are asking the user to enter the name. That's what input name is. And then we end the program. Game over. Okay. Apart from input, there is something as output as well. So output is what? Output is what the program is going to give the user. Has not asked us to give an output, right? Has the question asked? The question is asked user's name. If the program has asked us to get the user's name and display, then yes, obviously there's going to be a display statement. But in this question, have they asked us to display anything? No. In this question, they have not asked us to show something. Okay. I'll come to a question where we'll display as well. Okay. But keeping that aside, on the other hand side, I have put here as output, display, show. These three words actually specify the meaning of output, which means the program is going to give for the user. So apart from output, display, show, there are the other words I can use as well. Words such as, any words which you think is suitable, you can use, which specifies the meaning of what? Which specifies the meaning of output. You can use. So normally it's better if you can stick to these three words, but you are free to use any other words which has the same meaning. Okay. Now think we want to update this program. So we want to write a program. Okay. Program to get user's name and display the result, or display the name back. Okay. So now in this question, what I'm doing in this question, I've said I have to get the user's name and display it to the user back. So that I will write it something like this. That I will write it like begin, input name, and I will show name. It's very simple. I started the program. Then I got the name from the user. And I'm again showing the name he displayed. He entered basically. Is that clear? Any questions? So Shifa, this is the program which actually shows the name, because the question have asked us to show name. Apart from that, anyone have any questions, or is it clear? Yes, instead of show name, we can use the words like display name, output name, express name. Anything is fine. Perfect. Next, we learn of using process. Okay. So process is like a calculation, which means you're going to modify the inputs and you're going to do something with the inputs, right? Think you want to do something like this. Okay. You want to write a program. Okay. A program which gets two numbers. I think I have kept a space for that program. Write the question. No? Okay. Think I want to create a program which is going to get two numbers. So I'll write the word here, get two numbers. and display the sum. The word sum means total, okay? So here how this program is going to be something like this. We'll write begin. Then I'll be like enter the first number. Then I'll be like enter the second number. And third step I'll be like calculate sum. Okay, there is no space here, so I'll go for the next answer. Okay. I thought I can write it in small space, but I don't have enough space there. Or I can do like this and get more space. So I reduce my handwriting now. I'll be like begin. And then insert number. So here number 1 means first number. Okay. Then I can be like insert I'll use number 2, number 1 below the it's easy, or I'll use all at the whole form. Insert first number. Okay. Then I'll be like insert second number. Whatever, this is very slow. And then I will be like calculate sum of both numbers. And then I'll be like display sum. And then enter. So what this program is going to do is initially it's going to get one number from the user. Okay. Okay. So this is going to be input. After the user inputs the first number, again, it's going to ask another number from the user. Okay. And once it gets the second number, the third step it's going to do is that's the process. It's going to calculate the sum of both numbers. And the final answer, what it's going to display the total. So you can either write display total or display sum. So better you can, if you mention the word sum here, why? Because we have mentioned the previous step as calculate sum of both numbers. So if you mention a calculate total of both numbers, then it's better you put total here. If you mention calculate sum here, better write here sum. So this is going to be the output of the program. So initially start the program. Okay, once you start the program, you're going to insert one number, insert the second number, and then you do a small processing, right? And then you display the number. Okay. Now what I will do is I will basically write in the pseudocode. This is basically pseudocode now. I'll be giving this pseudocode to a programmer. I'll give this pseudocode to a programmer and tell, okay, programmer. So normally for example, I showed you previous scenario where Lukman is a programmer and Infaz is a business analyst. No? So what Infaz is the business analyst. No? Infaz will give Lukman these instructions. Infaz will be like, this is the pseudocode, but you can look at the pseudocode and develop a program. So what he'll be doing, he'll be going through each of his instructions and he'll understand, okay, how does the program should be. And then he will start developing the program. So for example purpose, I will show you how the program will look like. I'm going to use a language called Python, which you all don't have in O-levels when learning A-levels sometimes. Okay. So what here is first instruction is what? So in Python, I will not write this word begin end normally. Only in Pascal, we write begin end in the program. So the first number, and you have to get two numbers. You will find the total. You have to find the sum of the numbers and display total. That's the program. So I'll be like this. Okay. So what I'll be doing is, once we write this pseudocode, we'll be giving this pseudocode for the developer saying, create a program in referring this pseudocode. So the program, what he will do, he will refer this pseudocode and write a program. So from programming language to programming language, the way we write the code will change. So here I'm using a language called Python. Let me show you how. So I'm going to execute this program. I'm going to click on this thing and execute the program. File string line number 3. Okay, I kept a space here. Now see, when I executed, it's asking me to enter the first number. So I'm entering here 4. Now it's asking me to enter the second number. Now I'm entering 5. Now it's telling me the total is 9. So to make it more beautiful, I'll just add here like this, and I'll add this also like this. So now if I run, it's asking me the first number. I'm mentioning 8. The second number I'm mentioning 7. It's giving me the total is 15. Okay. So normally, directly when we have a problem, this programmer will not start this coding work. Okay. Before he starts this coding work, he will get the pseudocode. Now in this case, the pseudocode is the program is very small, very easy. There is no much big issue. But when you take real world scenario, the program is going to be very hard. No? It's going to be a very big program. You have several lines of codes. So in that case, directly going for directly going into the program is a bit risky. So what they do is, first of all, they write the pseudocode and then they go for the what we call programming. So another advantage of doing like that is, now suppose we used a language called Python. So there are different programming languages. Suppose we use a programming language called Python earlier, and there's another programming language called Java. So think I want to change from Python to Java. In that case, if I am going and giving my Java developer the Python code, he will be confused seeing all the Python codes. He'll be like, I don't know Python. I don't know how to translate this. But if I give a pseudocode with simple English, obviously he will know how to write the same pseudocode in Java language. Yes, Pascal is a programming language, which we'll be learning not today, but actually if you come for the online theory classes, we are learning Pascal currently. So you can come and learn there as well. But talking about this part, if you take these scenarios, what do you call, when we want to change the language from one language to another language, all the programmers, they don't know all the language. Now, for example, I also don't know all the language. I know PHP, I know C++, I know JavaScript, Pascal. Yeah, these are the main languages I know as programming language. So you all might have heard something called HTML, CSS. Now they are not programming language, okay? They are something else. We'll be learning them later. But the point here is, the reason we write pseudocode is, in case we want to change the programming language or we want to change something, it will be hard for the new, for example, the programmer change. Think earlier there was Infast who was doing the, Lukman who was doing the programming. Now they have given for a new person called Ashik to do the programming. So Ashik is confused on the way Lukman and Infast have developed the program. But if they have given the pseudocode, it's then simple English. So easily Ashik can understand it. Okay. Now you all tell me, by looking at this, is a pseudocode more easy to understand, or is this Python code more easy to understand? What is more easy to understand? Now this is the Python code, okay? Is the Python code more easy to understand, or is the pseudocode more easy to understand? Yes, most of you are correct. The pseudocode is more easy to understand. So that's why we write the pseudocode. Okay. So now initially I wrote a pseudocode to which has only an input. Second, I wrote a pseudocode which has an input as well as an output. The third one, I wrote a pseudocode which has an input, which has a process and output. Okay. So are the three examples clear? Any questions, any doubts? Are all three examples clear, or do you have any questions or doubts? If it's clear, just mention clear. If it's not clear, then mention your doubt as well. We can write. So here I have broken down the first number, enter second number into two lines. Okay, in pseudocode, we can write both together. Okay, so if you're writing both together, we'll be writing something like this. We'll be writing like insert num1, comma num2. Or you can write insert first number, comma second number. Okay, writing one line. You don't have to understand this. Forget about the Python code. I just use the Python code just to show you all how it should work, how the program is going to work. So this is the program. But you saw what I did here. For example, I'll again run here. This is the program. The final output is going to be this. You would ask the user to enter a number, again ask the user to enter another number, and show the total. So you don't have to understand the Python code because this is not there in your syllabus. It's not there for all those basically. You learn Python in A-levels only. In A-levels also, you will not learn. There's a limit. You don't. There's you don't learn the first term. You don't learn. There's very late. Even in degree also, they don't really teach Python initially. In third year, something they'll teach Python as well there. Okay. So you don't have to understand this. If this is completely confusing, forget about it. Don't even try to understand this. If you don't want, okay? This is not important currently. The main point is how will this program work, which is this. First of all, you're supposed to enter a number. And again, the program is asking you to enter a number. And third, it's showing you the total of the numbers you enter. Okay. So yes, you can write these both instructions, insert first number, insert second number in one line as well. Like something like insert first number, comma second number. Yes, the user only gives the number. Now, for example, currently I gave 85, I gave 65, I got 150. So if I think I am giving now 45, I am giving 6. The program is doing the processing and program is giving 51. The 45 and 6 is what I gave the program. 51 is what the program gave me. So these two are the input. The final one is the output. Okay. You don't understand how this code is written. If you just understand this part, it's more than enough. Like, I have to enter two numbers and I get the third one. Something like that. Okay. So that's how it's there. Look, one is like try decimals and see. I will get error. Because if I want to try decimals, then I'll do something like this. I'm not going to tell you the reason I'm doing all these stuffs because it's since Python. So you all don't have to learn Python. Because you are here to learn pseudocodes, just look one only I'm showing this. I changed int, I changed it to float and float. And if I execute now, one I can enter a decimal number. No any issues. I have mentioned this as well. I have mentioned that total is a float. There's a, if you want round off, there's a function called round, as I can remember in Python. So here it's completely 2. So there is nothing to round off. Let me round off to 1 decimal place. No, I'm not 100% sure of the syntax used in round. Yeah. Okay, I just want mistake. I mentioned around here. I should do it here actually. So I was wondering if I did correctly, I did come here. Now it will be rounded off to 1 decimal place. You all will learn syntax when you all come for Pascal. See, it's rounded off now. So this is actually function. These are all programming stuff which you all don't have to know now. Let's forget about that. The main point was actually the pseudocode is I put a 1 decimal place. Yeah. That's why it's 93.2 now. So the main point I want to tell you all was regarding how the normal work is. You normally write the pseudocode, and once the pseudocode is done, you give it for the programmer, and programmer will refer the pseudocode and create the solution. That's how it works. Now let's go for if, else, and if, that part. Okay. So we use this if statement, then statement, else statement, and if. We use all of these actually in something called as conditional statement when there are conditions. So it's going to be something like this. Now think I want to create a program. Okay. I want to create a program that will get, let's say, that will get your age. Okay. So I'll write the question here. A program that gets age and display message allow if user is more than user is more than 18 years. Else, always check, or else display don't allow. So I want a program that's going to ask the user to, okay, the question is actually a program that gets age, or I'll be like gets user's age, I'll be like, okay, that gets user's age from this. A program that gets the user's age, okay, and displays a message allow if he is more than 18 years, or else your display message don't allow, something like this. Now, for example, what should happen here is initially the program should ask you your age, and you're going to enter your age. And once you enter your age, it should see, are you elder than 18 years or are you younger than 18? Just check your age. So if you're more than 18 years, then it should show a message saying allow. And if you're less than 18 years, it should show a message saying don't allow. So that we are going to write like this. We'll write begin and then input age. And then we'll be like, if age is greater than 18, so I'll be like greater than or equal to 18, then display allow, else display don't allow, and if and end. Okay, so this is a pattern we normally write a if statement, basically a selection. So here there is selection, there is if, there is then, there is Ashik still, there is else, and there is end if. Okay. So what happens here is, along with the if statement, we write the condition. Along with the if statement, what we write is, we write the condition. And along with the then, so after then what we write is, we write the true statements. I'll tell you why they end it. Don't wait, I'll tell you. There's a reason for end if, I'll tell you. Okay. So after we write the condition, what we write is, we write the true statements, which means if the condition is true, what should I do? And then we write this term called else. After else, then we write the condition, or basically we write the instruction, which is false. So I'll call this as false instruction. I'll call the previous one as true instruction. Okay. So what will happen here is, the user is going to enter the age. And once he enters the age, I will check, is his age greater than or less equal to 18? If he's greater than 18, I'll be like, allow him, or else. So here the word else means if it's false, if this condition is false, then I'll be like, don't allow. So normally if we start an if statement, okay, if we start an if statement, we have to end it as well. So that's why I have written here end if. So actually this box is rectangle is covering. Let me remove it. Okay. So normally when we start a if statement, it's a must, okay, that we end it as well. Okay. So the normal syntax for if statement is going to be something like this. It will be like, the syntax for if statement is going to be, scroll. You write the word if, then else, end if. Okay. So along with if, you write the condition. Along with then, you write the true statements. Along with else, you write the false statements. And along with end if, you show the, along with end if, you don't write anything. So end if shows the end of the if statement, which means the programmer knows, okay, if statement is going to stop from here. Okay. So the reason we write the end if is for us to know that the if statement is going to stop from there. Is that clear? Any questions? Any questions? Anyone? Perfect. That's how the selection works. Next, we have something called repetition. Okay. Yes, if, then, else, and if, they come together. These are not, that's why I put 3 dots here. Now, if you notice in other questions and all, I have put 3 different, for output, display, show, I put 3 hashtags because those 3 different stuffs. But if you notice for if, then, else, and if, I kept all of them in one line, I put 3 dots here. And after end if, I did not put any dots. That is to specify that after if, there's going to be something. After then, there's going to be another thing. After else, there's going to be something else. And at last, it's end if. So this whole thing is one block of code. And what type of control structure is used here? What type of control structure is used here in this block of code? Yes, most of you are correct. We have used selection here. Perfect. Next, we have repetition. So like I mentioned earlier, we use repetition for what? When we have the same instruction or same logic going to be repeated. Okay. If either the same instruction or else same logic. If either one of them are again and again and again going to be repeated, then we use what? We use selection statement. Okay. I will show you all that. I have space here. I'll just do it here. Now think I want to print. Okay, I want to print numbers from 1 to 10. I actually thought I kept space this what do you call between the English terms and let's do it. That's why what do you call I'm writing all these stuffs here. I recently thought I kept a space. That's why because I forgot to keep writing all the stuffs here. But if you want, I can actually add a page and resend the PDF if you have not. You aren't using it currently. Anyways, let's forget about it. I think I want the numbers from 1 to 10. The normal procedure, okay, without repetition, how I'll be doing it is something like this. Without repetition, if I want to do the same thing, I'll be like begin. And after begin, I'll be like without repetition, okay? Without repetition, if I'm going to write, I'll be like print 1. Then I'll be like print. Then I'll be like print 3. Then I'll be like print 4. Then I'll be like print 5. Then print 6. Print 7. Print 8. Print 9. Print 10. Enter. This is how I normally do it. What is the control structure I have used here? I'll come there with. What is the control structure I have used here? I have used here, I'm asking. What have I used here? It's sequence. It is sequence. Because I have not done anything to reduce the number of these ones. So there are logics repeating. These are not instructions repeating, okay? Because here numbers are changing now. So there is a small logic which is repeated here. But in this pseudocode, the control structure I have used is sequence. I will do the same thing using repetition. Just have a look, okay? If I'm going to do the same thing using repetition, I'm going to do something like this. Begin. I'll do something n equals 1, or I'll do something differently. Put as I'll be like count equals 1. Then I'll be like while count is less than or equal to 10. Okay, while count is less than or equal to 10, print count. And then I'll be like count equals count plus 1. Then I'll write something called end while and then end. Now here actually I have used repetition and also I have used a loop. What is the name of the loop I have used here? So here I have used repetition. Okay. This set of code I have used repetition. And here I have used the while loop. Okay. Let me explain this code. But before I explain this code, I'll just tell you one thing. Here I have used something called count. Sorry. If you notice here, there is something called count I have used here. Right? This count is actually called, okay, we can call this as actually a variable. Okay, this count is actually a variable. It's not a must for me have to have this as count. I can have any names I want, but there are certain rules I have to follow. Okay, there are certain rules I have to follow when naming a variable. But the thing here is this count here is a variable. So here, if you notice the tutor I have given a bit up, a variable contains two things. Normally, a variable contains two things. One is there will be the variable's name. Okay, one is there's a variable name, and other thing is there's a value for the variable. Okay, I can put anything I want. If I want, I can. Here I have used count. Previously, I used for the same example, I use int. I use n equals 1 while n is less than or equal to 10. That's what I in the previous example when Ahma asked about the repetition in control structures. Okay, I can use anything I want. There is no issues in that. But the thing here I want to tell you all is the word count here is actually called as variable. Okay, so what do you mean by this variable? It's something like this. Now think you have a box. What do we have? We have a box. And we can store only one toy inside it. We have a box which can store one toy. So initially think I stored a doll. After that, I stored a yo-yo. So when I store the yo-yo, what happens is the doll is taken out. The doll will not be available inside the box. Only the yo-yo will be there. Now think I again put a bat inside. So when I put a bat inside, the yo-yo is taken out. Why? Because the box can contain only one product. The box can contain how many products? Only one product. So in this case, the count is like the box. See, the variable is like a box. Okay. The variable, what I can do is I can store a value. So if you're asking me why do we use variables? We use variables actually to store values. So the reason for use variable is actually to store values. We can use any amount we want. Okay, I'll now here I put count equals 1. I'll do the same program with a different value. Okay, let's see. But then I'll use put count equals 0 and also show you. Okay. So in this case, what I have done is I'll have be like begin and count equals 1. So what here I'm meaning is I'm here declare. I'll be like assigning the value 1 to the. I'll be like assigning the value 1. The meaning of that line is I'm assigning what? I'm assigning the value 1 to the variable count. So there's a variable called count, and for that variable, I'm assigning the value how much? The value 1. Okay. So before I start off the next few sentences, I are clear with this sentence, count equals 1. So in count equals 1, what I'm doing is I'm having an empty box. Inside the empty box, I'm putting one toy, something like that. I have the toy named 1. There's a toy called 1. So the toy named 1, I'm putting into the box. Is that clear for everyone? The first statement, the count equals 1 statement. If it's not clear, then please mention your doubt. Okay, what is not clear? What can't you understand? Just mention those. If you can understand what does this count equals 1 mean, which means you're assigning the value 1 to a variable named count. Nothing big. Any questions? That's a good question. So Shifa is asking, so the variable count throughout the program, will the value be 1? Actually, the value will be 1, but there is another statement you will notice here. I put count is equal to count plus 1. Here, what I'm doing is I'm changing the value of 1. Okay. So before I talk about the while statement, I'll just talk about this statement. Okay. Before I talk about the while statement, let me give a small this statement. That is count equals. Give me a second. sorry, what do you call, let me focus on the statement count equals count plus 1. So what this line means is that, I am changing the value of count. Here what I'm doing is I am changing the value of count. So how does this line mean is that the meaning of this line is actually the new value of count is, okay, the new value of count is old value of count plus old value of count plus 1. So think currently what is now, all this time what is the value of count? It's 1. Okay, all these time the value of count plus 1. Now I am saying the new value of count is going to be the old value of count plus 1. Currently, what is the old value of count? Or before we come to this state, before we come to this line, okay, before we come to this line, what was the value of count? One. So I'll be, the new value of count is going to be 1 plus 1. Okay. So this 1 came from where? This was the old value of count. This is actually old value of count. And now the new value of count is going to be how much? It's going to be 2. Now the new value of count is going to be how much? 2. Okay. So now I'll come to the while loop and then I'll tell you again, this actually the count value will be changing. I'm talking about that as well. Okay. Normally in while loop, what happens is you have a condition. Okay. And if the condition is true, you're going to execute certain conditions. That's how the while loop works. In while loop, you don't have what to do if the condition is false. If the condition is false, what happens is the loop will stop. Okay. So we have a condition here. This is actually called a condition. In while loop, what happens is only if the condition is true, the statements are going to execute. So if you're going to ask me what are the statements going to execute, all the statements between while and end while. All the statements between while and end while are going to execute if the condition is true. Right? That's how this works. This code is going to work in such a way that only if this condition is true, these codes are going to execute. Okay. Now let's take the example, the same example. Let's go on with this. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I just draw like a table. I'm going to draw a table called count. And another column I'm going to write as, wait. I'm drawing one column as count. The other column I'm going to call it as is count less than or equal to 10. That's what I mentioned here, right? In the while loop, what I have mentioned is count less than or equal to 10. Okay. And the next column I'm going to write as output, what the program is going to give me. Okay. So based on this pseudocode, I figure out that these are not related to pseudocode. This is related to understanding pseudocode. Okay. Initially, what was the value of count initially? Yeah. Initially, the value of count is 1. What we do here is we are checking is 1 less than or equal to 10. We are checking is count less than or equal to 10. Is this going to give me true or false? Is 1 less than or equal to 10? True or false? Perfect. It's true. So because it is true, writing yes, true. Because 1 is less than 10, right? Is 1 greater than 10? No, 1 is less than 10. So because 1 is less than 10, I'm writing that as true. Okay. So in while loop, what happens if this condition is true, all the statements between while and end while are going to be executed. In this case, print count. Okay, so I missed the word T here. Okay, in this case, this first of all, what happened is the print count is going to be executed. Okay, currently, what is the value of count? Currently, the value of count is 1. So if the word print count is going to execute what? It's going to execute, it's going to print 1. Okay, 1 is going to get printed. Okay, after 1 is printed. Okay, so we have done this statement. After we have finished this, next we go for the next statement, which is count equals count plus 1. That is what we did a while ago here. Okay, so by writing count equals count plus 1, what is going to be the new value of count? Yes, the new value of count is going to be 2. In while loop, what happens is once you have executed all the true statements and come up to the end while, when you reach the last statement inside the while loop, you again go and check for the condition. Now, when the condition is true, you executed these 2 lines now. Okay. Once you have executed these 2 lines, once you reach end while, what you do is again you go and check for the condition. You again go and check, is the condition true or is the condition false? Right. So in this case, we go and check, is 2 less than or equal to 10? True or false? Is 2 less than or equal to 10? True or false? Yes, it is true. So if it is true, should I execute these 2 statements between while and end while, or I should not execute? Should I execute or shouldn't I execute? One correct. Zenith correct. Angela correct. Shifa correct. Perfect. Yes. If the condition is true, I have to execute. So the first statement is what? Print count. Now currently, what is the value of count? Currently, what is the value of count? Currently, the value of count is 2. Okay. So in print count, what is the value I have to print? In print count, what is the value I have to print? Yes, I have to print 2. And after I print 2, the next statement I'm going to do is I'm telling count is equal to count plus 1. So here I'm saying the new value of count is going to be the current value of count plus 1, which is the new value of count is going to be equal to 2 plus 1. That's how much? Yes, the new value of count is going to be how much? 3. And once we reach here, once it's done, we know we have reached the end while, we again go and check for the condition. Now we are checking the condition, is 3 less than or equal to 10? True or false? Is 3 less than or equal to 10? True or false? Yes, that's true. So because that is true, we are going to execute these 2 statements. The first one is print count. So what is the value of count which is going to be printed? Yes, 3 is going to be printed here. Right. And once we have printed count, the next statement is what? Count equals count plus 1, which is The new value of count is going to be how much now? Yes, the new value of count is going to be 4. Why? Because it is 3 plus 1 and that's going to be 4. The new value of count is going to be 4. Okay. Actually, I forgot to mention you all previously. Now here I'm doing something right. Count equals count plus 1, which is the change in the value. We call them as incrementation. We call them as incrementation. Now, have you all heard this word called salary incrementing, salary incrementation? People say, no, my salary has got incremented. What do you mean incremented? Incrementation means what? What do you mean by this word incrementation? Yes, incrementation means increase. Okay, incrementation means increase. So here what we are doing is we are incrementing the value of count by how much? Here we are incrementing the value of count by how much? By 1. Every execution, we are increasing the value of count by 1. We call them as incrementation. We are incrementing by 1. So we can increment by any value we want, but in this case, we are going to increment by 1. Yes, look, 1, you are correct. Okay. And once we have got 4 from this count equals count plus 1, we again go and check the condition is 4 less than or equal to 10. So is 4 less than or equal to 10? True or false? Perfect. 4 is less than 10. So this is going to be how much? It's going to be true. Right. So because the condition is true, what we are going to do? We are going to execute all the statements between. Why is it blur? So we are going to execute all the statements between while and end while because the condition is true. So now we are saying print count. So what is the current value of count which we have to print? What is the value we have to print? 4. And once we print the value 4, next step what we do is we are going to increment the value of count. And the new value of count is going to be how much? All this time the value of count was 4. So the new value of count is going to be 4 plus 1, which is 5. Right? Likewise, this will be going up again and again and again and again until it will be going something like this: 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like this. Okay. So here it's going to be true. Again, true. Again, true. Again, true. Again, true. And then 10. Okay. So like we got the first 5 until 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it's going to execute. And at one point, when we come for this step, okay, the count equals count plus 1, we are going to get that new value of count is going to be 9 plus 1, which is going to be 10. Okay. So once we get that, again, we go and check the condition. Is 10 less than or equal to 10? True or false? Is 10 less than or equal to 10? True or false? My question is yes. Because 10 is equal to 10, we can write true here. So if the condition is true, we are going to do these two stuffs, that is print count and increment in the count. When writing the program, should we write everything till we get count? No. When you are creating a program, you don't have to create this table. Okay. So under the pseudocode, both repetition and selections are included, isn't it? Can't we consider end while to be under the control structure present? Actually, there is no selection. There is no selection. I had mentioned you all previously that if there is selection, there should be true and false. Okay, but there can be selection with only true as well. But it should have the ability to have false, which means there should be an if condition. Only where there is if condition, it's a selection. Here we have a condition. Yes, we have a condition here. If the condition is true, we know what to do. If the condition is false, do we know what to do, Shiva? If the condition is false, we stop the program. Is there any alternative? If the condition is false, do we have an alternative instruction? No. In selection, we have. In selection, what happens is you have two options. Think you want to go from Dehiwala to Mount Lavinia, you can go in the bus or you can go in three-wheel. Those are two different options. Okay. But in while loop, you don't have two options. You have only one option. If it's true, you do it. If it's false, you don't do it. Okay. That was Shifa's question. Zenith, when writing the program, should we write everything till get one? No. Okay. So Zenith as well, you don't have to write this table. But the reason I'm writing this table is actually to explain you all. And also, normally when you do questions, or when you're getting this question, just to double check. Just to double check, are you correct? You can draw this table corresponding to the pseudocode. And if the table is going to give you the exact output you expect, I will teach you later how to draw a table. The classes means I actually told you how to draw the table. But apart from that, if you want, you can draw the table. It's not a must to draw the table. But let me just finish off this table first of all. Can we use if else then now equal 10, then add to n? Nahma, good question. So Nahma is asking, instead of writing while loop, can use if condition, like if count is less than 10, then print count is count plus 1. A point to note that is, in if statement, there is no repetition. So only one time the number will be printed. If condition will not repeat. But in while loop, so we call it as while loop. We call while loop, repeat and a loop. But if we just call if condition. So if statement selection, the condition is going to execute only once. But if you take a loop, while loop, repeat and a loop, for loop, this is going to be executed again and again and again and again. No, we can have more than output. Now, here I have put only print count. I can here mention print count plus 1 also. I can mention, if I mention, so currently in this program, I'm going to output only one value, if you notice. Yes, for loop, if it's not a loop, okay, the word loop stands if there's something which is going to be repeating. Now, for example, we say there's a person who is running again and again and again. Then we'll be like, okay, that bug is running on loop. You know, have you used this word loop in general scenarios? So what does the word loop means? So the word loop is actually when something is going to be happening again and again and again. If is a condition, if condition, there is no loop, which means the same statement or same instruction, something is not going to happen again and again. It's going to happen only once. Only in while, only if it's a loop, it's going to happen again and again. But can't we tell stop without an option? Won't it cause an error when it goes beyond 10? I'll show you what happened. Wait, that's what I haven't finished yet now. Now we got here 10. So we know that 10 is less than 10. So we got true there. That's fine. Now we are going to print count. So what is the value which is going to be printed now? What is the value? Yes, it is 10. We print the value 10. After we print the value 10, next statement we are going to be is count equals count plus 1. So what is the new value of count going to be? What is the new value of count that's going to be? Yes. The new value of count is going to be 11. Now what you go and do is you go and check, is 11 less than or equal to 10? True or false? Is 11 less than or equal to 10? True or false? It is false. So in while loop, what happens is when we get the condition false, we will stop executing the loop and do whatever is there after end while. Once the condition is false, what we do is we stop the loop. We stop the loop and execute all what is there after end while. So what is the statement after end while? What is the statement after end while? It's end. So because it is end, the program will stop and then we will get these values. So if you notice here, the values of this program, you will notice that at the end of the day, these are the outputs you got. The outputs you got are what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are the outputs you got from the program. Okay, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are the outputs we got in the program when the program stopped. Is that clear? Can you understand how the while loop works? Any questions? Okay. The problem is currently we have past 9:30 p.m. So what I'm thinking to do is, as per my idea, I think at least 2 hours to complete the remaining stuffs. The remaining stuffs are actually repeat until loop and then going for the flow chart. So maybe for flow chart, I might need about another 1 hour and at least 1 hour. And for the repeat until loop, another half an hour. So at least another 1.5 hours I need. So currently for 4 hours, we were doing this. So if you all can wait until 12 o'clock, I don't have any issues. But the problem is very hard for you all to concentrate and keep things in mind for so long. So if I continue this seminar on maybe Wednesday, okay, if I continue this seminar on Wednesday from 7:30 p.m. Sorry, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Anyone of you have any issues? So not 5:30. If I continue the seminar on Wednesday from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Anyone of you have any issues? Yes, Nahma. So Nahma, one thing is normally on Wednesdays from 7:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. is the time I have the grade 11 online class. Okay. So the grade 11 online class is there. And this month we have 5 Wednesdays. No? So what I can do is on one of the Wednesdays, I will cover this. So we have Rehabsa's elite class. Rehabsa has an elite class on Thursday as well. So Abdul Haq, is it possible for you to join Thursday class? Yeah, Abdul Haq is in 2022 class. Batch. Can you start from 6 p.m.? My time was 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Or else maybe more than 7:30 also for me, no issues. Zenith, what's the issue? Zenith is asking to start at 6 p.m. But apart from that, is there anyone who have any issues or you all want a different time? Do you all prefer 5:30 p.m. or 6 p.m.? Because anyways, if I start at 6, again at 6:30, I'll have to give a time to pray Maghrib. So yeah. Okay, that's fine. So what I'll do it at 6 p.m. we'll start on Wednesday. Okay. So 6 to 8 minimum. So I'll try my maximum possible to finish by 8 o'clock. But still, you know, like if you want to explain everything such that everyone can understand, it will take a bit extra time. So if you all don't mind, sometimes it might exceed more than 8 p.m. on Wednesday. Nahma, are you canceling the class? So yeah, we will not be doing the class this week. So instead of doing the online class on Wednesday, the seminar is going to happen on Wednesday during the class time. So because in this month, I think we have 5 Wednesdays, if I'm not wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So we did all these last few weeks. Okay. So what we can do is on Wednesday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Let's continue. Okay. On Wednesday from wherever we stopped. Okay. On Wednesday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Let's continue. And anyone of you all can join. It's completely free. Okay. Wednesday 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. You can join. You all can use the same, what do you call, meeting ID and password. I will reschedule the same meeting. So you all can use the same meeting ID, same things. And yeah, if you all miss it, you all will get the recording as usual. No issues. Okay. Sir, do virtual academic physical students have seminar on Sunday? No, not decided yet. I'm still thinking of it. I will tell it on Wednesday. As per now, no. Okay. Shifa Parul. So what if the variable is a name? Then what do we have to do instead of count? Yeah. We can use any name thing for count. For example, here I use count equals 1. Here I can put even Yusuf equals 1. There's no issues. But there is some things I have to follow. One thing is a variable can't have the name begin. It can't have the name end. It can't have the name print. those names, now these terms which you used here, don't use any of these names as a variable name. You can use anything else. So you can use count, num, in anything else you can use, but don't use those reserved words, or those syntax don't use. You can use anything else. That is the first point. Second point is make sure that the variable is one word. For example, if you want to have your name as a variable, let's take Shifa Farouz William. You can't have a space between it. What you should do is, if you want to keep your name as a variable, you should mention it something like this: Shifa Farouz without a space. The spellings, simple capital is not an issue, but you can't have a space because a variable should be just one word. Yes, recording is provided. And yeah, Lukman, you're welcome. Good night. When will you start Pascal in grade 11 class? Actually, last week we started Pascal, just one part of the Pascal in last week online class. So, we'll be doing Pascal next Wednesday, not this Wednesday, because this Wednesday I'm going to do a seminar. So next Wednesday we'll be continuing the Pascal. So if you all want, I can restart that whatever we learned last week as well. Nothing big. Last week we just learned what are identifiers. So because you all have already learned variables here, that's not going to be very hard for you. So yeah, we'll be starting Pascal on next week. That is Pascal will be started. Pascal again I'll be doing on 29th. Okay, on 29th I'll be doing Pascal again, but the seminar is going to be continued on 22nd. On 22nd March. Zenith, if you want to join online, you can drop your WhatsApp message and join. If you want to join physically, in Academy, you can join. So in Master Academy, we started Master Academy online class, both we started Pascal last week. But if you are joining physically, then you can continue it. Yes, you all can get the recording as well. And in Virtual Academy, I'll be starting Pascal next week only, which is coming Saturday. Anyways, if you all have any questions, you all can ask. So with that, we'll be stopping off today's section. So if you all know, for the last 4 hours, we learned what is programming, who is a programmer, what is program, then how do you analyze a problem. If you learn the input, process, output, then how we write algorithms. And then we know that there are 2 types of algorithms, and we can categorize algorithm based on the representation into 2, which is flowchart and pseudocode. And we learn pseudocode. We learned we learned the terms which we use in pseudocode. And also we learned what you call conditions. We learned control structures using algorithm, sequence, selection, repetition, all of these stuffs we learned. Okay. I hope the session was very useful for you all. And also I can give you all the colored version of this tute. So if you all are there in the meeting, even I can quickly upload it to the I can upload it drive, and I will still give you all the link if you all want. So you can get the colored version of the tute from me via WhatsApp as well. Let me now still upload the drive and give you the tute. Wait. I'll give you all the tute now itself if you all want. I think now if you access that, if you access the same old link, you will get the colored version. Let me just check and see. Because my laptop is synced with Google Drive. So whatever I save it here, before I upload it, will be available. Let me just double check. It's taking time. Let me check in the phone itself. It's the same link. If you access the same link, here the same old link, if you access, you will get the tute with whatever I have written. Okay. So in case you want the tute without whatever I have written, you can WhatsApp and get it to me. Synced. So because it is synced, all whatever I have written there is come here. So it still takes time to load. That's why you can see it as black color. But still, everything is synced here. So it's right side you can see. Yeah. So okay, I can resend the link. Yes, sure. So if you'll access the same link, you can get the same PDF. I'll share the link again as well. So if you'll access the PDF now, you will see it's already filled. So because I have synced my laptop with the drive, Google Drive, whatever I save in my laptop will be saved in Google Drive as well. So if you'll access the link, you'll get it. Okay, so you have any other questions to be asked? Any questions? Any questions, doubts, clarifications, anything you want? So if you don't have anything, you can leave. And those who have questions or doubts, you can stay. Asim is back. His last class is finished. Asim, actually, what my plan was, because now you joined, I tell you all, because 9:30 passed and I was not able to finish everything. I have finished only in Pseudocode until the while loop. So next week on Wednesday, I'll be continuing. Wednesday on from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. I'll be doing. And instead 20th, I'll be doing from repeat until loop. Then I'll be going on to the flow chart and some questions as well. So if you want, you can join on Wednesday, Asim, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Okay. Anyways, you're welcome, Amar Ali. You're welcome, Asim. Jazakallah for joining. If you have any questions, you can ask, or else you can leave. You're welcome, Sanitma. Asim, just drop me a WhatsApp message. I'll send you the recording. Yes, I'll provide the recording. You can drop me a WhatsApp message and get it. Good luck, Rima. Anyways, I hope you all don't have any questions. We'll have your can ask. So with that, we are going to end up this session. Thanks for joining. We end the meeting. And take care. Bye-bye.